Welcome back to the Hala Olivia in Gdansk, Poland. You already have a start list up there. Sorry, we're getting back late to it. Anyway, here we go. Quarterfinals, women's 1500 meters. There will be 6 skaters in this. There would have been a 7th, but Chloe Cameron has listed as a did not start. There's a look at our current reigning Crystal Globe holder, Kristen Santos Griswold.
Ready.
And so I'll just go through it here. There are 9 quarterfinal heats, top 2 from each race, and up to 1 fastest third place skater qualify for the semifinals. So you might as well go for the top 2, Catherine.
That's right, and in an endurance event like this, even if they do go for time, this is not for time. This is too close. Ooh, you never know, right? It's just the first round, but nobody here is pushing the pace for time. But even in this endurance race, you can't necessarily push too soon, or else you really run the risk of not having the legs at the end of the race.
There's nobody who's gone off on the flyer to try to gain that quick lap that would usually happen right off the gun. But so Santos Griswold, Nakashima Midei, Maya Somodi, Nicola Mazur, Tanucha Chataisong, and Anna Matveyeva. It's Chloe Cameron.
So what I think is interesting is we are seeing a move up here now by Matvieva. Wow, so many things happened all at once. I was going to say someone's challenging Kristen, but then she got challenged by everyone all at once, and now she's fighting her way back a little bit. Kristen is the favorite to win in this race, coming back from a couple injuries over the summer, but always able to train. Maybe not able to skate as much as she would want, but always able to hit the bike, hit the weight room, things like that.
It was a collarbone injury, which is a common injury in cycling, and that's how she got it done. But Catherine mentioned the legs were okay and can keep turning over, and she's gliding her way up into 3rd. Somodi trying to get around Nakashima, and down goes Nakashima.
She was in qualifying position, so she'll potentially eligible for an advancement depending on what the officials decide.
Yellow dot, that is getting review. It's Somodi, who was just in that incident right ahead of Santos Griswold. Mazur sitting right there, Chataisong as well. This would go for the semis. We are in the quarterfinals, that's what they're looking for. So Mazur into 2nd.
Kristen Santos Griswold pulling away a little bit here. Something notable that she's doing on this Olympic season is really focusing on her mental skills work, trying to become a mentally tougher athlete, because physically she's already got every tool in the toolbox.
Takes the race. Mazur up for 2nd, Somodi for 3rd. Well, I mean, you mentioned that she and Corin Stoddart run an Instagram page, and one of the kind of running jokes they had in one of their videos was there's the whiteboard, and there's 1 day since crying in practice, then 2, and then she wipes it off.
Yeah, I think she got up to 3.
Hey, well, it's, I mean, emotions on your sleeve so often. It's, but you know, she makes light of it, so she's aware of how that affects her, but
absolutely,
and mental toughness, and everyone handles stuff differently.
That's right. She and Corinne started partying. Okay, so there's the pass from Somodi. There's the pass from Somodi coming around the Japanese ninja Nakashima. There's definitely a little bit of contact there. I can't tell from that angle if there's something with the blades or if it's just, okay, so the hand is coming in front. She's trying to pivot. Okay, so the Hungarian 2-foots while the Japanese ninja continues to cross over. And so crossing over into that situation, they get their blades tangled.
They're looking at a possible arm block on Somodi there on Nakashima.
Okay, well, we'll hope for another replay just to get a little closer view of that. Here comes Mazur around the front.
The finish.
Oh, sorry, the finish. Thank you.
And so it looks like they might have finished taking a look anyway. And to the ice we go.
Final decision, penalty, number 43, Hungary, advancement, number 30, Japan.
And there you go. And so does Somodi penalized, Nakashima Midei moving on. And in addition to Mazur. And first heat, don't even have to worry about third place anymore.
No more third place times. All right, so here's the call. It's an arm block in the corner. So she's putting her hand down here to pivot, but it impedes the track of Nakashima, which is why that becomes a penalty. You can do that move cleanly, but if you don't execute cleanly, it is a penalty.
That was the ruling. But Santos Griswold and Mazur go through as top 2. Nakashima will also go through. And so now it really is just top 2. And any other advancements would just happen to be incidental and wouldn't affect any of those time advancements. So straight up racing from the rest of the way. And I always wonder, will that affect the start? And will we see them just take a nice, easy start off the line? Stoddard, Velzebor, Michal, Silice Nemeth, Repetska, Selyakova, Grenouillou,
Go to
and
the start.
Eunice Lee.
Ready.
First look at Eunice Lee from the CUS Eagle side, and yeah, a cagey start.
That's a cagey start, yep. Eunice Lee being smart, though, especially since she doesn't have as much international experience. It's the right thing to do to get up front. I always figured, hey, if you want to win, come and beat me. I'm not going to make it easy for someone else to win. If they're going to beat me, they're going to have to come around the outside. And 2 USA Eagles skating together now, and then we do see a little pickup here.
Rebecca Silice Nemeth coming around ahead of Michelle Velzebor, the 2 Ukrainian Wildcats on the back.
And so Corinne Stoddard did share with me recently that her goal this weekend is to practice some new strategy. She's typically most comfortable in the lead, but she understands that not only are there many ways to win a race, but she's going to have to be good at all of them to have the success that she wants to have at the Olympics. So she's shared with me she's even willing to sacrifice a result or 2 here as long as she gets some learning opportunities specific to her strategy and tactics.
Grenouillou on the front. She jumped in to this rooster side. Grenouillou, the newcomer. Gwendolyn Daudet battled some injury, had some surgery for compartment syndrome. Also getting back to racing, but not fully into where she needs to be. So Grenouillou is stepping in, taking an opportunity here. But it's Velzebor on the front. Michelle Velzebor.
Move up the inside, and there's been some contact, not from a skater in qualifying position, but 2 skaters are down.
It's Silice Nemeth and Eunice Lee, and it was Grenouillou who was going in there, but really couldn't see what's happening. We are sitting, wondering where we are. They're skating by us right now, and so we're right near the finish line, right before it. So that happened on the far side, and it's a tough shot to see what happened. But Grenouillou went in, and Silice Nemeth and Eunice Lee went down.
Corinne Stoddard setting up something now, and I really like that she does this because a lot of skaters would say like, no one's challenging me, I'll just stay in second, I'll qualify, and she says, nope, I'm gonna win this race.
Definition of a racer, going for it, and Stoddard will take it, going away. Velzebor consolidating in second, and Grenouillou will get over the line in third, but then we will take a look, and it's Grenouillou perhaps on Silice Nemeth where a possible penalty could come from.
So we'll get a look at that replay, but while we're waiting for that video, I'll share. So Corinne Stoddard is actually partnering with Kristen Santos Griswold on that Instagram channel that you brought up, which is Fast But Unstable. A play on their skating stability as well as a little bit with the mental health. They're both very open and honest about any anxieties they experience and how they manage those anxieties, how they use those anxieties to try to overcome adversity in their training or in their competition. And what they say is that they lean on each other. It's so helpful to have a teammate who you can be open and honest with. Here we're getting a good review of the video replay.
Coming up right here, there's Grenouillou and Lee coming together, and then Silice Nemeth
Becoming the innocent.
ultimately goes down.
Yes.
But as you mentioned, it's outside of the top 2 positions.
Yeah, some contact being caused there by the French rooster. We need another angle to see if that was considered a late pass or if that was shoulders even. Corinne Stoddard leaving no question, shoulders by, no contact. Great compression around the turn. We see that right side. See how it punches in there? That's where so much power in this sport comes from.
Final decision, penalty, number 65 from France.
And so it is Grenouille getting penalized, and since it wasn't in those top 2 positions. No advancement, but that does rule Grenouille out of repechage action on Sunday. And here it is. Failure to give way is the call, and she comes up the inside.
Yeah, it's not decisive. It's not a clear and decisive pass, which ends up being a clear and decisive penalty.
Nicely done there. Good turn of phrase.
Oh, thank you.
Clear and decisive.
I learned from the best. Referencing you.
Oh, you're a good liar.
No. I asked Gavin the other day with the camera on, hey, do I look good? And he said yes. I said, oh, I know you're married because you didn't hesitate.
We're a team. Heat number 3, quarterfinals. Courtney Serrault, Young Jing-Ru, Valentina Asic, Florence Brunel,
Go to the start.
Betty Muske, Märta Mikkelsen.
Ready.
Mikkelsen did the World Juniors to end up the season last year in Calgary. And yeah, since there's no more worries about time, look at a skater like Brunel, who we know has very good top-end speed. I'm sure when she saw that first one, throwing the time out the window, she went, great. I have a slow start, which means I could have an explosive finish. But then we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, we do have 2 ice maples in this race, Florence Brunel and Courtney Serrault. So at some point, I do expect them to both be at the front of the pack. It is the challenge of every other skater in the race to not let that happen. Whenever 2 skaters get together from the same country, they're training partners. They know exactly how to skate around and with each other. Not saying that they're teaming up, just saying that it's so easy to skate with people you know how to skate with. So once you get 2 skaters from the same country together, it is a disadvantage to everyone else.
Young going way deep in there to get on the other side of Asic, and there you go. As Catherine mentioned, she knows how to read a race. Now it is the 2 ice maples on the front.
And what Courtney Serrault did really well there is that she, whether she knew it was her teammate or not, she heard someone coming and she began to accelerate out of the turn so that Florence Brunel could not pull a gap as she finished that pass. Oftentimes I say tucking in, but also I say sticking on. And what that means is exactly what we just saw. No space in the pack.
Ice maples in top position. Asic winding it up.
Good outside to in move there by Asic, but some contact.
Still, all the while, the drama unfolding behind them, the Canadians go to the front. Asic, born in Bosnia, now living in Zagreb.
Florence Brunel checking the inside, and then now we're seeing a big move from the Chinese ice long coming up the outside. Let's see if she can get up into qualifying position. Remember, there's no more fastest thirds.
Right on to the 6 of Florence Brunel, sizing up a move, perhaps running out of time. 1 lap to go, and it looks like it will be the Ice Maples sealing up those 1-2 spots. Young Jing-Ru not able to close it up anymore.
Well, and again, we saw Young Jing-Ru get that bump earlier in the race, and remember, with this ice being difficult to accelerate on, every time you lose speed on a bump, it's double taxing on the legs to recover.
Yeah, see, it's 1,500 meters, not tons in the grand scheme of things, but you see her feeling the fatigue.
So here comes Florence Brunel on the outside, and watch Courtney Serrault. She's going to pick up her feet right here. Quick, 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 so that when Florence finishes the move, she can't pull a gap. That's a smart racing tactic by Courtney Serrault. Asic setting something up the inside, and then, oh, there's the review. I won't attempt to know. I'll just wait.
So interesting watching the eyes there as Brunel was on the outside. Serrault not even looking at her, just looking straight ahead of her.
You know, Serrault does that well. She has this steely gaze down the straightaway. I just walked by her warming up on the bike. Man, I mean this in the nicest way possible. She's scary.
Well, I mean, off the ice, she's a very nice, friendly person,
lovely.
quick to laugh. But yeah, once you're working, the focus kicks in.
Absolutely, and I think that again, we're talking about the mental stability side of the support. And I'll be honest with you, whether it's there or not, you have to put the face on so that everyone thinks that you've got it.
Take it till you make it. So there's no decision there. Nothing getting a further discipline. So it's the two Ice Maples into the semis. That will be Sunday. And heat number 4 as Hannah de Smet, Gung Lee, Zoe Deltrap, Sarah Lutza Baksky, Diana Michalchuk, Alyssa Pock, and Polina Cliffstuen.
Go to the start. Ready.
And Pock, I mentioned, Singapore skaters, currently no training facility in the country. They have the land set up, or the land ready if they can get it going. But Rio Ong asking him in Montreal, hey, how did you get into a sport like this? And his mom, when she offered him, so what sports do you think? Pretty much all of them were indoors and air conditioned. And of course, Singapore, you can feel the heat and humidity.
Totally opposite environment here in the ice rink.
A lot of Southeast Asian nations, the shopping centers and the like, they have just almost space-age air conditioning, and so they often have skating rinks at the shopping malls. But anyway, Baksky on the front.
Gung Lee also making a smooth move, a big move, but a smooth move up to the front with Baksky.
And watch for the skater in white, Hannah de Smet. Great passer. Also knows how to lead.
That's right, biding her time now.
She's another one who has that great focused face. I was just hanging down there. I was just sipping coffee where a lot of the athletes were going by warming up, and she's just locked in. Just the face of, it might be a quarterfinal, but it's still a big race.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't know that there is such a thing as being kind of focused. There's only focused. And it doesn't matter if it's a prelim or a heat or a quarter. When you're at this level, again, even if it's just a face, you have to wear it. And the best of the best wear it to the point where you don't know the difference. And here she goes up to the front.
Now she's just, this is her taking off, and the challenge is to stay with it. So Stewart had gotten up there around Deltrap, but once the pace picks up, it is de Smet, Gung, Baksky, and Deltrap. Now it's really just in Elite 2 unless Deltrap can get around Baksky and close it back up.
She has a little bit of time. It's possible, but man, it's a tall order at this point.
Just so much power in Hannah de Smet, 1 to go. And she is going to cruise off into the sunset.
Deltrap's gaining, but I don't think there's time.
Running out of room, and there is no more third place opportunity. So good win by Hannah de Smet, getting through.
You can tell everyone here is pretty winded, even though that wasn't anywhere near a world record time, but it does just kind of show you the fitness level that's being required this weekend. So here comes Gung Lee up the outside, 2 arms on her back. So you know she's doing this with relative comfort. She comes really close to Hannah. That's an advanced move on Gung Lee and Hannah. Hannah does not react. That's a good sign. And Gung Lee is applying pressure. Baksky, now we see her in second. There's a little bit of 3 wide coming in the back here. Missed the contact on that review. Again, 2 arms on the back for Hannah de Smet, and the arms are swinging behind her. Everyone fighting for position.
Catherine mentioned the record. It is 2:14.354 held by Chaemin Zhang, set back in 2016. So that's a full 18 seconds compared to that winning time. That's a couple of laps-ish if you're at top speed. Maybe one and
2 laps. I give it 2
2
laps. Yeah.
But of course, that was set in Salt Lake City, where the ice is known to be much quicker.
I was there.
Oh,
Those are my comeback years. It was fun. I remember that. Kristen Santos broke my American 1,000-meter record that weekend.
And they haven't spoken since.
That's not true.
Heat number 5. There is Choi Min-jung. Good setup there. Sang Yisei,
Go to the
Hidai,
start.
Emi, Katarina Buric, Kanai Rika, and Holly Hoyland.
Ready.
Brought up that world record held by Choi Min-jung. I was unaware that she was in heat number 5, but it ends up being a pretty good lead-in, if I say so myself.
You have a 6th sense.
Hey. Just, again, no more times to worry about in all these races.
To be honest with you, Gavin, this is my preferred form of short track. I've always been of the opinion that if you want to race for time, go on long track. If you want to race for strategy and tactics, this is the place. This is where you really see the best of the best, because the smartest skater often wins, and sometimes the strongest, but often the smartest.
Yeah, the 1500, where you have that extra time to see the tactics play out. And considering the person right next to me was not a great starter by her own self-admission, this would be one that she would like, I have no doubt.
Yes, this would be my race of choice. However, I would be up front right around now. Here's the thing, is when it's slow like this at the beginning, take advantage, all right? And here we go, Choi Min-jung wanting back up to the front, and she's gonna start pushing the pace.
She is of your mindset.
And now here comes Ami Hirai. She's building on the outside. Great timing. Now, again, here's where we want to see her tucking in. There's no advantage for her to pull a gap right now. The advantage is just to get there, conserve the energy, and then control the race from the front. She doesn't want to pull everyone around a fast lap time. She wants to lead and control the race.
Hidai, 23rd overall in the World Tour standings, the 28-year-old. And now Che back in front.
And something Choi does so well is, well, first of all, she's very level to the ice. Her shoulders always stay level to the ice, but you can see this little bounce that she has, and it's like a spring, and that is what creates free speed on the ice. It's not actually how hard you can push. It's, again, that game of efficiency and allowing physics and momentum to work for you instead of working against it.
Just making it look so effortless right now. Che Min-jung opening up a gap. Hidai Ami now under increasing pressure. Zheng Yizhe, and then her own teammate as well. Kanai Rika up into 3rd, but Zheng forced well out wide. And they'll take a look at that. But Che through, and Hidai hangs on for 2nd. And if that review does lead to anything, it was not in one of those advanced positions, so I would imagine it won't affect who moves on. But
That's
we'll
correct.
see.
That's correct. It's always possible, but that's typically the style of the sport.
Like they always say, even if a skater didn't mean to do it, it's not like they're pleading their case. But by the same measure, if you're sitting in 3rd and you're the victim of something, I was totally going for 2nd.
I know. Yeah, I know. But it
Can't plead
just
your case there.
but it just doesn't count. I suppose in that way it's consistent for everyone. A nice look up the inside here for Choi. Ami not defending out of the corner, so I imagine she even maybe wanted a little help leading there. That's common to want to be in that 2nd place position, but really defending well there. Look how she's shoulder checking. That's Ami Hirai looking around. Her teammate does try to come up with her, and it's not a clean pass. It looks like, I don't think they're reviewing it though. It's been cleared.
They did, but it was cleared. So yeah, Hidai in 2nd, and Kanai Rika, not that it matters to move on, but she did finish 3rd. But Che Min-jung, the favorite in that heat, does go through.
And really the veteran on the Korean team. I think, Gavin, will this be her 3rd or 4th? 3rd games?
Me on the spot here. It's been
sorry.
a few.
Pretty sure it's 3rd. She was not in 2010. I think it's her 3rd, but it could be her 4th. And she's been on top the whole time. Like even as a junior, she was winning senior World Cups well in her junior years.
Speaking of which,
Here's,
young woman who came through, Kim Gil Lee, who started winning as soon as she stepped onto the scene.
Start.
I mentioned this earlier in the day. It's often harder to make the Korean team than it is to medal at a World Cup.
Kim Gil-lee, Camilla Cellier, No Do-hee, Lisa Eckstein, Barbara Gakova, and Anna Jansone. And so not the pedestrian walking pace starts that we have seen. This one a tiny bit quicker, but nobody going gangbusters just yet.
No, and this is part of the sport. So some things you can look for here. What are their angles? By angles, I mean ankle angle. Are they pushing their knee over their toe? How about their knee angle? Are they dropping their hips down low? How about their hip angle? Is their chest touching their thighs? The lower those angles get, the more effort, the more pressure, the more speed. They're skating in a way now that conserves energy. They're taking 2 crossovers a corner, or maybe even just 1 crossover and a shuffle step. So even the way that you energy manage at slow speed impacts the amount of energy you'll have left to really do something at the end of the race.
It is Jansone now on the front. No Do-hee now deciding this is her time to move forward, and Eckstein wanting to follow. There's a bump there with Jansone, Jansone down. I imagine that'll get a look, if that is the case.
And what Eckstein did there was try to sneak in quick. Sometimes it works, but a lot of the times there may be a little more build-up like this. You really, to take the time to accelerate before you change your track is the surest way to make your pass stick.
In an instant, Kim Gil-lee now takes the lead, and Cellier smartly following, getting into second. She's now going for the lead, and they bump. And everybody's staying on their skates that time.
Nice recovery. Cellier even accelerating a little bit out of her corners here, but Kim Gil-lee still keeping 2 arms on her back, saving her excel for right here, and it's a quick and powerful one.
You can do, I can do better, and Kim was passed, but then she takes it right back. Now she's splitting this thing wide open.
Cellier doing a great job defending against No Do-hee. She knows that she's in a vulnerable position here, so she steps out. That was tremendous blocking by Camilla Cellier.
Still under pressure now, nose going, and this time is through.
She tried again, but it just didn't work, and it is hard to know, do I block the outside or do I block the inside? The skater behind has the advantage in that situation.
And Kim Gil-lee confidently through to the semis, joined by her teammate. Nothing getting reviewed there. It will be Jansone and Eckstein getting reviewed. And I think that was for second. So, there is that possibility, if that does lead to anything, of potentially an advancement. And what is the message they see? It would be potential inside to out is what they're looking at on Eckstein, and that could be an advancement for Jansone. So benefit of getting into position. And then again, looking at those quota spots, if you get into a semifinal,
yeah,
that's huge.
That's huge. Oh, getting to the main event, if you're in the main event, you're good. You don't have to have any stress. We didn't quite see the setup there.
It's almost as if she's rounding the corner, drifting out because she can't quite hold the speed.
Correct, and there's not quite enough room there. So to do that more better, she could stand up. She could lift her chest and straighten her knees, and that way she could slide into the position. Yes, she would lose speed that way, but she could have made it without contact. Now, this contact's a little different. We're seeing that blade contact again, which is much harder to control. And we're about to get a call down on the ice.
Final decision, penalty, number 58 from Germany, advancement, number 81 from Latvia.
And so it is Eckstein there getting the penalty. And honestly, that's huge for Jansone. That's a potentially top 21 going into the semis. And when it's 36 for an Olympics, that's a big boost for your Olympic qualifying sort of quotient.
Absolutely. So we are seeing it from the inside to out. Now this angle's much better because we can see how she goes way in the blue line and then comes all the way back out. Then there's the contact with the Latvian Golden Star.
So Anna Jansone, I think this is going to be her first time in the World Tour session going on Sunday afternoon. And so always love those programs getting, even if it's an advancement, it's a big opportunity for them.
Absolutely. And here's our next start list, but I'll just say quickly before we move on, it's nice to be on the receiving end of the lucky side of the sport sometimes, you know. It goes both ways.
To the
Like
start.
you said, it does even out, you know, and there's perhaps the feeling of injustice at times.
That's right.
Ready.
Two gladiators, Elisa Confortola, Gloria Yoriati, Hyojin Kim, the Australian Racing Ruse, Olga Tikhonova, of the Kazakh Nomads, Tineka Dendulk, the Belgian Ice Bears, and Tamara Tokarova of the Slovakian Ice Deers. Ice Deer, either way. Grammar. And just keeping an eye on the royal blue of the two gladiators biding their time. And has Kim sort of picked out who she's marking sitting in behind the two gladiators there?
Potentially, because there's two gladiators, it's easy for one person to catch a ride to the front. That's what we say if you go along with on an outside pass. It's not, I don't see that. You don't ever see two people catching a ride. There's just not enough room oftentimes in the pack. Right now, we're seeing Tineka Dendulk moving up to the front. Olga Tikhonova dropping back a little bit in the pack, and that's smart because she's already been up there for 4 or 5 laps at this point. So it's good to be in the draft.
Yati jumping ahead of her teammate there.
Kazakhstan fighting back. She wants that lead again.
Tikhonova and Dendulk going shoulder to shoulder there.
She can back off here. She can tuck into second. That was a choice to be aggressive and get all the way to the front. I'd like to see her settle in for a moment. It's too early to burn up all your engines. But she is going to have two gladiators coming on her outside. Right now, Kim's trying to catch a ride. Let's see if it works.
Here comes the blue train. Yoriati leading Confortola. Kim slotting in behind the slipstream nicely all the way up to third. Tikhonova goes down. And it is Kim getting up into third, and now the separation happens. But now the big challenge for Kim is to try to make a pass somewhere along the line.
Well, what she's done well is she hasn't spent an ounce of energy. She stayed nice and slow and controlled in the back. She didn't have to break any wind to get up to the front. She was able to stay in a draft there, and now she's keeping her speed out a little wider. I do think she's going to need a bigger track pattern to make it work.
It's Confortola and Yoriati right now. Kim right up in that slipstream. She's going to try to save up for a dash here. Here comes Confortola. Kim trying to push, but Yoriati hangs on. But couple review dots there, but it is just like as it was the Ice Maples earlier, it's the two gladiators going through as teammates. And we talk often about when you're outside, you're burning up a lot of energy, and so you have to slot in. But in Kim's case there, she was in that draft, so I imagine she's not using as much energy despite being on the outside.
Absolutely. No, being in that draft, that was excellent. And like I said, it's unique for 3 people to go on the outside all at once. There was a little trouble on the inside there, these 3 skaters on your screen. You're going to see it here, how we're too wide, basically 2 packs of 3, and now is where the inside skaters are starting to react. Tineka Dendulk coming in.
That's where the review is happening. Dendulk on Tikhonova.
So fortunately, Kim did not, there's the risk there. Like, how lucky that Kim did not get caught up in that. She's able to take advantage of that, actually. So once the gap happened there, she's able to tuck into it. She's trying to squeeze up the inside, but she is, against a wall of blue, and experienced skaters, that's not an easy move to make.
Confortola comfortably through with her teammate ahead of her. Or behind her, pardon me. They are still taking a look at the other incident involving Tokarova on Dendulk. So a couple of dots there getting confirmed, but I don't think they were in any of the advancement positions, because I believe in that first case, both the Italian skaters were past them. So it was really a first or second battle.
Yes, correct. It's still, so we won't see an advancement, but we could still see a penalty, which does affect the outcome of the points. And we need as many points as possible. Each skater needs as many points as possible. Best 3 out of 4 over the 4 World Tour stops. And remember, these skaters aren't skating for their spot at the Olympics. They're skating for their country's spots at the Olympics. And then the country determines who is selected to race those spots as individuals.
So if you have only a certain number of skaters to choose from, you tend to go, it's easier to specialize once you get those relay teams, and we'll talk more about that, I'm sure. But when you have a relay team qualified, you have all your skaters to choose from, then you can almost put the specialists in.
Absolutely. Okay, so Kim does get a touch on the back there. It doesn't affect her, which is, that's advanced. If you're going that fast and someone gives you a push and you're able to be stable through that, that's advanced. Tinica maybe, worried's a strong word, but uneasy maybe while she waits for those results.
So it looks like decisions have been made. So there was a lot of different reviews going on. Several different incidents. And it looks like everything has been sorted. And to the ice we go.
Final decision, penalty number 92 from Slovak Republic.
So there you go. It is Tamara Tokarova for something on Tinica Dendalk. And here it is, failure to give way, diving up the inside here.
Right, so the shoulders come even, but you have to do it early enough, because there is a point where, there are boards. This is an ice rink. You do have to turn eventually. And so if the pass is so late that the skater being passed cannot react, that's a failure to give way on the inside.
Heat number 8.
Go to the start. Ready.
So Sandra Velzebor, Danae Blais, Aurélie Levesque, Ariana Siegel, Annabelle Green, Phoebe Stenz, and a lot of sprint power. You look at Velzebor, Green, Blais, all of them more than happy to not have to worry about a battle for 3rd place. Although it is Green who's making this one of the more brisk starts we've seen.
Green staying nice and relaxed as she leads the pack. Nobody's applying any pressure at this point. Again, ankle angle, knee angle, and hip angle. No one's really compressing down low at this point. Everyone's up 30 or 40% out of their position. That's how they conserve energy, so that when the race picks up, they still have the legs to go fast.
Green, British side, they have their training base in Nottingham, but Green does her training out of Calgary, Canadian-born. Still living in Calgary. She does some coaching at the Calgary Olympic Oval too. Another skater with speed skating in the family. Right up the inside. That forced Levesque out wide. And we'll see if the green yellow dot comes up, and it will get a look. But Levesque's still in the race. It's just having to light a few matches to get back up near the front.
Well, and Levesque's in fantastic position now, right behind Sandra Velzebor. So if I were Levesque in this moment, my main goal is to defend, but here comes Danae Blais, and she's by so quick, there isn't even an opportunity to build up.
Blais picked up a World Tour victory last season. And Levesque, not sure if she wanted to try to follow Velzebor, but she stuck behind Blais, and Siegel, nice move up the inside of the 3rd.
3 laps to go. There's still time to make a move. I see Siegel carrying some speed on the outside. It's a tall order for her to break into the top 2, and there's a step out from Danae Blais, so she's actively defending against Ariana Siegel.
Velzebor leading things around here. Blais in second, Siegel. Is there an opportunity? She's trying to open it up inside, but Blais right there to shut the door. And it will be Sandra Velzebor, Danae Blay, 1-2, and that earlier review has been cleared, but that didn't affect the overall result in the grand scheme of things. The top three did not include Green or Aurélie Levesque.
That was a nice job by Ariana Seagal putting pressure on Danae Blay. It didn't work this time, but you know, folks, you know what I say. Experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. So certainly she's going to sit with her coaches now, review that video, and learn from it, because the goal here is to be ready for the Olympics.
We'll go through the repechage as well as we take a look back. That's the early incident.
So that's the one that's been cleared. Levesque does a great job stepping through that. You know what's common is to get like annoyed or angry when someone bumps you like that, but she's unfazed, just keeps on skating. That's what you're supposed to do. Danae Blay making it look so easy as she goes around, checking up the inside, but Zandra goes outside.
Just talking about those skaters who have that focus on their face. I'm one of those guys who, when I go by people, I try to smile a little, but so many of the skaters, when they're locked in, kind of take it personally. They won't even say hello. Seagal's one of those skaters, just like her brother, that sort of when they're locked in, they're locked in.
Oh yeah.
I'm not going to try to disrupt that.
You know, there are a few skaters who prefer to be very light and fun and always laughing and joking. Yes, there are athletes like that. It's so much more common to have that like lock-in level of focus.
So the results confirmed. Velzebor and Blay going through one final women's 1,500 meter race. We saw the start list: Gabriela Topolska, Chloe Olivier, Alina Ajgalieva, Petra Vankova, Leah Popovikova, and Malika Yermak. Topolska and Olivier made their big rankings jumps with some great skates in Montreal. I think they were both in that major final where there were 8 skaters in the women's 1,500 meters. A finals, and so for a skater like Olivier, it was a big breakthrough.
Go to the start. Ready.
And so after this, after 9 1,500 meters, as you can imagine, there will be our next break. On the other side, men's relay quarterfinals, and another break, but a patch job coming up after this heat, but it is Topolska Popovikova on the front right now.
She's keeping a slow pace. I'll show you something technical here. Watch how she's a little wide, but she uses her straightaway push to come back in towards the blocks. So it's easier on the legs to carry your speed on the corner. She misses the chance there. She doesn't step in, and maybe that's because she can feel the pass coming.
And the Nomads trying to go 1-2 and replicate what some of the other teams with 2 skaters in the same heat did, but Topolska splitting it up, but it's Olivier on the front right now. Topolska recognizing perhaps the danger behind the French rooster.
Well, that's right. It is helpful to be in second position, but it's not always worth the effort that it takes to fight for second position. And so I do think Topolska now is going to try to save her legs for a bit.
Up and back there. Now Topolska injects the pace. The outside and all the way to the front. And we're away now.
Back to controlling her pace. So again, that's a sign of a veteran. Being in front doesn't mean you have to go all out. It just means you have to control the race, but there are the uncontrollables just like that.
Nomads, what might they do in control of things right now? Topolska all the way at the back. Coming up to C4 to go, it is Yermak and Ajgalieva on the front. And here comes Olivier mounting another charge into second. Not sure she was through, but Yermak does go down.
That late inside pass has been very popular this weekend, but again, it works when it works, but if it doesn't work, it'll get you penalized real quick.
We'll see what might come from that, but Olivier pushing that aside to take the front. Vankova doing well to get up into second. She has Topolska behind her. Does Topolska have anything left in the legs to try to mount a comeback? And good skate for Vankova, the Czech ice spider, getting up into second place. So Olivier over the line first, but that incident will get a review. Again, looking for skaters who those Olympic quotient spots. Czech ice spiders, Vankova, Prague. What might that mean to get into a semifinal in the 1500 meters?
So we see a nice move up the inside by Vankova there. There's an attempt to defend the pass, but here we see, oh man, like a pile up. And
that was one of the early sort of brouhahas at the beginning. I don't think that was where the review came.
Coming around the outside to Polska there, and then there's even more contact.
It still wasn't hit, I don't think, because it was an Olivier pass, but that's what forced the Polska out wide there. And this might be it.
Up the inside, looks like her shoulders are by, but was it too late? Did she initiate the pass too late for it to be considered a safe pass?
It would be in an advancement position. So that would be, if there is a penalty, would be to Olivier, and that would bump up Vankova, that would bump up to Polska, and then a potential advancement as well for Yermak. And so a lot really at play here.
They save the best for last, don't they, Gavin?
That little twist to come. Then, of course, if there aren't advancements, 21 skaters in the semis, could be a few more, but still, when it's 36 skaters in all, getting into a semi is really massive. So the decision has been made.
Final decision, penalty number 38, France. Advancement, skater number 77 from Kazakhstan.
So yes, it is an illegal late pass by Troy Olivier, and Malika Yermak advanced. So here it is.
And you know, I wonder if she was really trying just to pass the ice spider and just couldn't scrub her speed in time to avoid that conflict. But you know, they don't care if you meant to, they just care if it worked or not.
So in the end, Petra Vankova wins the heat. And will be in the semis on Sunday, as well to Polska and Yermak. And we, as you see, it's dark in here now, so we will head off into our next break. We get back underway at 2:07 local time. That is 15 minutes from now, so synchronize your watches, and we will talk to you on the other side for the men's relay quarterfinals. The lights are back up in the Hala Olivia. It is time to go relay racing. Men's 5,000 meter relay quarterfinals coming up. And if we're looking for Olympic selection quota races, these ones are big. And so here we go. There will be 4 heats. Top 2 move into the semifinals.
And as you mentioned, Gavin, the reason it's so important here is we have 8 quota spots at the Olympics. The home country always gets an automatic team entry. That's not going to affect the outcome here because Italy is also already in the top 8. We have to see if they remain in the top 8 because none of these results are official until the end of next week.
Italy sitting in 3rd right now. And just as Catherine mentioned, you get more skaters to choose from if you get your relay team in, and then you can sort of specialize and have, you know, your 500 meter specialist go in instead of having a guy who you think might medal in the 1500, but, well, we've got to put you into the 500 anyway.
Exactly.
Because you only have 1 athlete in, and so lots to be determined. So this one is a very, very full heat. 5 teams. Chinese Lungs, Kazakh Nomads, USA Eagles, Latvian Golden Stars, and German Wolves. And so let's just see. So coming in, the Lungs sitting in 5th, the Eagles in 6th, the Kazakh Nomads in 11th, the Latvian Golden Stars are sitting in 13th, and the German Wolves in 14th. And so a couple of these teams would really benefit from getting into a semifinals, but nobody's situation is completely secured. You look at China, there's Sun Long to lead things off. They'll have Dennis Nikisha for the Nomads, Clayton DiClemente, Roberts Kruzbergs, and Jonas Hammermuller. And so when the top team is sitting in 5th, you're closing in on the bubble, so any one of these sides would love to be in the semis. So the Nomads, the Asian champions from the Asian Games. That was back in February.
A big result for them. That was their first, was that their first medal? Their first gold medal at the Asian Games.
I believe it was, yeah, it was their first gold medal. And a lot of those teams sort of skipped the Tilburg stop to focus on the Asian Games. So it's a very credible win for the Nomad side when you had a top choice Korean, Chinese side, Japanese side, all of that. And Marcus Howard from from the Pacific Northwest of the United States, jumping to the front for the Eagles.
The USA Eagles getting stronger and stronger on the men's side. Definitely a chance to be in the top 8 in time for the Olympics, but they're a bubble team. They're a team that has to work for it. They have to have a little luck, a really good performance.
6th right now. And so even just getting through to the semis, you know you're top 8, and then you have a chance to climb higher based on how you do in the semis. And so, when the
How to fall
Wolves
on
go
the German
down.
side. Was it after the push?
I believe it was. I believe there was the push, he fell, and then the same, I think it was Hammermuller, who had just come off, had to go back in, and then they make another exchange. And so the pace isn't too fast yet, but the Wolves are having to burn a few matches to close it back up.
That's right. They have plenty of time. There's 35 laps left in a 45-lap race. There's more than 3,000 meters. They're already halfway caught back up. Really great coverage by Team Germany, and then a great response to a bad situation to get themselves back in the race.
Now they have a chance to cool the jets a little bit and consolidate. But they did a great job to close it back up.
Now they need to rest a little bit. Go ahead and stay in the back of the pack. Make sure everyone's got their legs back underneath them.
German side, Robin Bendig, Jonas Hammermuller, Jonathan Ruskenblack, and Raphael Schlosserek, pardon me.
I like to see USA Eagles up in front here. China just kind of playing a defense game. They don't feel like they need to lead. But again, the USA team, just to be safe, does need to be up front because there are 5 teams vying for 2 positions in this race.
And it inches quicker and quicker. It was just both the Liu brothers on the ice, or for the Chinese lungs, pardon me. That was Liu Xiaolin, and it's Lin Xiaojun, now Sun Long, back for the lungs. All the while, Clayton de Clemente on the front. This is a look at the guys who started the race. But the guys who come in will be the ones who finish.
Dennis Nikisha doing a little bit to shake up the pack, moving his team up into second. A little contact there, but no yellow dot.
Andrew Hio, Adil Galiakhmatov, Liu Xiaowang, Rainus Berzins. I think that's Raphael Schlosserek, who was just on for the Wolves.
So there's several different roles that skaters play during a relay. There's the active skaters on the ice. They are actively racing for position. We see Liu Xiaowang giving a great push here to Zhao Jun Lee.
Lin Xiaojun.
Lin Xiaojun. Gavin's way better at this than I am, folks. This is his job.
I had a couple weeks ahead, I wish. I had a couple weeks ahead in Montreal getting the in-person experience, so.
It's just, anyway, he's in second now. He's looking great. We have had a change then, so Sun Long is up in second, and it's becoming more and more of a race as lap times are dropping down. 20 laps to go, though. Still plenty of time. For some context, the mixed team relay, which is a 2K relay, is 18 laps. So we're coming around now on 2K to go.
But as we await the door of the heavy action to come, I'll just point out, if you are part of our American audience, Catherine beside me will be part of the NBC commentary crew. So if you are watching in the US, I am sure you will hear her voice plenty, as short track tends to get plenty of airtime, especially if this US program performs as they are right now, looking pretty good.
Brandon Kim pushing off to Clayton de Clemente there on the USA Eagles. Remember, Brandon Kim's actually a full-time student and typically prioritizes his academics. It's just this Olympic year that he's taking a bit of a gap. Grateful he doesn't have to do finals or any types of tests in the morning like he did last year at this same World Tour stop.
I believe we are legally obligated. He goes to Stanford.
Correct.
Gotta show off when you go to Stanford.
Computer science major, if I'm remembering correctly.
And the Wolves suffering a little bit under the raised tempo. Remember, they already had to chase, so they have burned the legs a little bit. Lin Xiaojun, Andrew Hio, Glebivchenko, 1, 2, and 3. There was an earlier review, but it has been cleared as we go inside 10, and the lungs now adding the pressure, pulling away.
And it's coming down to a race for second between the Kazakh Nomads and the American Eagles. Clayton De Clemente doing some good work there on the defense, but he has got a real challenge keeping Denis Nikisha behind him on the next exchange.
It is Hio ahead of Gali Akhmetov. Rainis Berzin's able to close it back up again.
Oh, and he could turn that right into a pass. Let's check the timing on this push. The push timing wasn't quite there, but that is a good opportunity. Latvia's breathing down their necks.
Good opportunity for the Golden Stars, perhaps, as Marcus Howard. The USA Eagles bending, not breaking at the moment, but all the while, Lin Xiaojun, the Chinese lungs, going, you guys fight it out for second. We will escape.
They make it look easy up there in the front. So you just heard a gun. That means there's only time for one more exchange. Kazakhstan, Denis Nikisha does move up into second. Let's see if the USA Eagles can respond.
This would be a big chance for the Nomads. It's opportunity opens for the Golden Stars now.
Wow.
And it is Berzins now trying to hold them off. This would be huge for the Golden Stars. It is Lu Xiaowang crossing, and yes, the Golden Stars perhaps into the semis. What a result for them.
Holy cow, didn't see that coming. That was a sneak attack.
Right place, right time, and as the Nomads and Eagles were battling, the Golden Stars jumped ahead, so the team sitting in 13th after the Montreal weekend. Chance for top 8, perhaps higher, and a huge shakeup coming for those relay standings.
That is a huge shake. And the relay is typically known as a very chaotic race. Okay, so there we're seeing Germany falls down. Seems like he clicked blades with someone off the push. Let's get a little closer look. So yes, he picks up his right skate to try to avoid contact, but it's his left skate that still gets caught up. As you mentioned, the skater who gave the push tags back. That's a great cover. You do want to recover from those situations as fast as possible. They catch themselves back up, but it's a tall order to close a gap and then win the race. So there's the push. I think that's the 2 to go mark where Latvia does. They sneak up the inside. Kazakhstan able to continue building speed on the outside. Hio doing the best he can to respond. And there's where we see the Chinese longs moving up into front. Brandon Kim sticking with, at least for a moment.
This will be a good shakeup after this in any case. And Latvia is a team that the Golden Stars, I remember last season, they didn't always even have a relay team entered, and so little jolts for these programs that are building, and really nice to see. But of course the Eagles and Nomads will have to come back. The ranking race will have added priority, because even if you're not in the semis, you want to get as many points as possible to keep yourself close. Heat number 2 on the ice. The Italian Gladiators, Belgian Ice Bears, Polish Hussars, Bulgarian Kings, and Norwegian Vikings. And if we can just run through it right now, the Gladiators sitting in 3rd after the Montreal weekends. The Ice Bears of Belgium sitting in spot number 8. Poland in 9. Bulgaria and Norway in 17 and 18 respectively. And so you look at, this is a literal head-to-head battle between 8th and 9th. The team in that last spot, the Belgian Ice Bears, and the team chasing that last spot, the Polish Hussars. We'll see what some home cooking does for the Hussars in this one.
We see Michal Nowinski coming to the line to start for the Polish team.
They're waiting for something. I'm wondering if, they're might be looking at the lap counters.
Correct. So you can maybe see over the corner here, there's one singular lap counter. That counts the leader of the race, but farther down the track, there's multiple colors of lap counts, and that's because each team gets its own color, and they need to know where to look, just in case their team falls behind.
In Montreal, they had the manual flip charts. These ones, they have digital scoreboards, each with a different color, as Catherine mentioned. And it's Luca Speckenhauser on the ice, and he gives way to Pietro Siegel. And this is a look at the finishers as Stan Desmet goes up into second. Felix Pigeon on the back for the Hussars. He's really a guy who's been putting in some good races this season, and he gives way to Nathan Thomas, a couple of Canadian-born Polish Hussars. And then they have DNA Cellier, a French-born Polish Hussar. It's Andrea Cassinelli on the ice for the Gladiators, who I guess this has been cast as the relay specialist role for this side. We haven't seen him in individual races.
And one reason he's such an asset for the Italian relay team is because of his size. We would refer to that a push that he could give as a cannon launch. And it's really beneficial when you can put your tallest guy with your smallest guy, and that becomes a huge advantage for setting up passes off the exchange.
That makes sense. Now, because he's also used in the mixed relay, and if he's launching one of his much smaller female counterparts, you can see the benefit in that.
Correct.
And it's getting stretched a little bit. Still a long way to go at the moment. Italy, Belgium, Poland, Bulgaria, Norway. And certainly Bulgaria and Norway, the two teams sitting right at the bottom of the relay standings after Montreal. Wouldn't mind a little drama unfolding in front of them and allow them to step in and perhaps qualify for a semifinal.
So we have 32 laps to go here, still over a 3,000 meter. For context, the ladies race a 3,000 meter, or the women, I should say. The women race a 3,000 meter, and that's 27 laps.
Pigeon on the exchange up into third, and then scoots on by Stan de Smet into second, and he gets the warm ovation from the home crowd.
Lost it on the next exchange there, and so your exchanges can win or lose a race. That was a good example of, you know, as soon as Team Poland made progress, the very next exchange they backed off, but that there's a good exchange. A little tight, but it all works out.
Everybody getting through just fine.
So as these skaters prepare to come out, look how they're matching the speed, and now they're matching the track pattern of their teammate. You want to get your hands on your teammate's back first. The tighter you can make that, the quicker the contact, the quicker the release, the more acceleration you get.
Ward Petre on this very broad-shouldered skater. He takes up a lot of space out there. And he gives way to Stan de Smet. Everybody still together. Gladiators just dictating terms right now.
All skaters looking pretty comfortable out there. I haven't seen any bobbles or any breaking ice. 2 arms on the back for the most part. And again, that's an indicator of comfort. It's what skaters do to conserve energy and relax. This speed is picking up though.
The Ice Bears have been that side that shows relay teams are not a collection of individuals, but they're a team that there are not a lot of guys you see in semifinals, save for maybe de Smet, but they did medal on World Tour last season, and just showing how different a relay is compared to individual races.
A relay is a totally different energy system. You never have to go for more than 15 seconds at a time. Ice Bears right now is that Stan de Smet making a move on the outside, still completing the exchange. His teammate needs to keep crossing in order for it to stick.
Difficult on the exchange, caught up in the traffic there. That allowed the Gladiators to go back through, but it is a net gain for the Ice Bears of 1 spot after those exchanges. De Smet doing a sharp move around the outside.
Oh, and a good defense by the Ice Bears, cutting off speed by DNA Cellier, trying to make a pass.
Almost an opportunity there, but blocked out. And so, all the while, it's Lucas Beckenhauser and a move for second by Nowinski.
That's what a late inside pass looks like. We've seen it contested and done poorly a lot today, and that's how it's supposed to work. That was a beautiful pass.
Siegel. The Norwegian Vikings are charging. They're closing on those Ice Bears, but now it's really a selection of 2 with the Ice Bears scrapping to hang on. It's Natalini ahead of Nathan Thomas.
So So as we're seeing space here, actually the exchanges become easier when your teams are spaced apart. So there is room here to pick up more power, more speed on the exchanges, but the Ice Bears have a lot of work to do.
Ice Bears do have a lot of work to do. The ice is wearing though, so that opens the door for the unexpected, perhaps, but all the while everybody is keeping the blades ice side down. Siegel in now, Pigeon. Here comes Stan de Smet.
That was a late exchange by the Polish Hussars. That's definitely going to cost them some speed. I do think that's showing because of the ice. Here's another late one. Now remember, when there's only 2 to go, you have to get that touch before the finish line, and if you don't, you're penalized. So these late exchanges, right, they don't matter now, but they can matter if they don't tighten this up by the finish.
And there was a crash. The Kings went down. I believe they did get a tag up.
Almost all the blocks are missing on the one side, and the Ice Bears have caught up. Oh no! Duh.
And it's just barely making an exchange there. One more to come, but the Hussars just coming unglued a little bit. De Smet under some pressure, and the Gladiators will take it. Pigeon trying to bear down on Stan de Smet. He's going around the outside. Will he dive on the inside? He just can't quite keep it together. Is there a last shot for second? And not quite. I think de Smet hangs on.
Wow.
There's so much to watch for. The Hussars did not get really a good exchange there, and in the end it's mostly just a tag up exchange, so not a lot of momentum in the push, but Pigeon made it close.
They barely got there by the line. Oh wow, that was a big change of events just with a few laps left to go. The Ice Bears definitely had an advantage because anytime you can see your competitor, you get this chaser's advantage. When you're running away from your competitor, it's just not the same. And then some poor timing on the exchange. Plus, if we get a replay here, I'll show you the Ice Bears actually giving 2.5 lap exchange on the last 2.5 laps to their finisher, which I think also gave them an advantage. All right, so here we see Michal Nowinski coming up on this pass. Again, we have a late exchange. The Ice Bears have finished their push before the Hussars have even touched. DNA Cellier holding that 2 foot. You see how the ruts are pulling his edge out towards the boards. He adjusts well and comes back in on the track. And then here's the timing. They barely make that touch before the finish line. And then Belgium putting their finishing skater out there a half lap early. So that's a disadvantage to skate a long exchange, but they were able to time the pass in a way that may not have otherwise worked.
So the Ice Bears sitting in that precious 8th spot. You get the celebrations in. And so yeah, I think Poland, they did get one more exchange after that barely there touch. Cellier to Nowinski, who then did put in Pigeon. But yeah, they just did not get any push into that, as you mentioned. And so in the end, the Gladiators just able to avoid all of that. And the Ice Bears into the semifinals, and the Hussars now, the priority is to get another 9th, so that they can stay right there on the window. And now, heat number 3. The Canadian Ice Maples will be the odds-on favorite in this one. Danjanu, Dubois, Roussel, and I believe they do have one of their youngsters. It is Mathieu Pelletier. Saw some individual action in Montreal, but he's getting the opportunity here. The Japanese Ninjas, British Royals, French Roosters, Ukrainian Wildcats. And so Canada sitting number 1 right now. The Japanese sitting in 7th. The British Royals 12th. Ukrainian Wildcats 16th. And the French Roosters sitting for the moment. Where are they? I've missed them. Let's see if I can find it. Anyway.
Like I said, Gavin, you always lose me with math, so I'm going to leave it up to you. Gavin's got this really nice color-coded spreadsheet he refers to. He's got all the data.
She's making it sound fancier than it is. It's incredibly basic. The standings I have written in pen, and my penmanship is horrible.
Ready.
And it's Roussel leading things off for the Canadians. So these will be the leadoff guys. The next guys in will be the finishers. So it'll be Dubois, Niall Tracy, Yoshinaga.
Fairly relaxed pace here at the start. Now, being the third race here, they do have to be pretty aware of ice conditions.
There's still one more to come, too. So that one could be, I believe, bonkers is the technical term.
That is a technical term. So in a 5K relay, skaters are looking at either 7 or 8 exchanges. Your starter and your finisher will do 8 exchanges. Your passer and your defender will do 7. And not every team chooses that order, but that's a pretty standard starter, finisher, passer, defender. A defender passer changes sometimes, but you pretty well always put your best starter in the start position and your highest endurance athlete or your highest performer, your greatest medal winner in that finishing position. So it really typically is a showdown of all the finishers when we get to that 2 laps to go. Missed exchange here. Looks like the French Roosters took an extra half lap and put their athlete up into second.
Right behind the Canadians right now. I believe that's Tawan Thomas.
And then immediately getting back on with the rest of the group. And so that's pretty common if you want to take an extra half lap to finish a pass. Whoever you push to then will take a half lap shorter turn so that all teams stay together. There's no rule about staying together. Any team can exchange at any point, but typically we're looking at 1.5 lap exchanges. It's the traditional way. It's the most common option.
We've often seen the Belgians changing things up when it comes to the exchanges. And as I mentioned, I did not see the French. That's because they did not have a ranking in the World Tour right now. So they're actually out here trying to pick up some points because they have 4 skaters here, Quentin Fercoq, the Bastiers, and Tawan Thomas. So a little more urgent need to pick up some points for them. Peter Rich is on the front for the British Royals right now.
You see some space here between first and second. I really like that Canada's leaving that space because it keeps them from getting blades caught up on the exchange. It's very difficult when you have 5 teams together to make an exchange where, oh my.
And the Canadians are off with the Japanese ninjas down Pelletier. And the Japanese, I believe they tagged up as well. It was Watanabe Keita going down with Pelletier. And this has just thrown this race.
Bonkers, I think, is the technical term.
Absolutely. The British Royals, who will certainly benefit from this. If they can get into a semifinal, that will get reviewed. And the French Roosters just talking about the importance of getting them quota spots, having not done this in Montreal. These 2 teams on course, but, 24 to go. Steven Dubois on the ice. You can never count out the Canadians even with a half a lap to close.
I've seen Canadians do crazier things than this, but what Great Britain and France are doing well, they're sprinting. They're not resting one bit. They know that there's an attempt here for them to get chased down, so they're racing off the front for their World Tour lives.
Donjanu and it's Hayashi Kosei. They are closing up bit by bit. But they have to get by the Ukrainian Wildcats first. They are being lapped, I believe. No, they are not being lapped, but now they are through quite well. Now there's clear ice for the Ninjas, and still 18 laps to go. This race is not done yet, is it?
No, it's not. It's kind of hard to know where to look on your screen. So coming around towards the finish line now, that's 1 and 2. Now chasing from behind, we don't have that on your screen. So we're just watching 1 and 2. Like I said, they're really taking off. 3 and 4 now coming around towards the finish line. And they got a lot of work to do and only 15 laps left.
They've closed it up a bit. It's a little over a quarter of a lap's distance, but the Royals and the Roosters know they need to keep their foot on the gas, but the gap is coming down. Hayashi is pulling Donjanu with him. but they're down inside 13 and a half to go. We're just watching, the gap is inching down, but what's left? Catching will be one thing, passing will be something else as the Roosters take the lead.
It does seem that the leaders are starting to get reeled in here as they come around. They are passing the Ukrainian Wildcats, lapping the Ukrainian Wildcats. A slip by Japan, but they're able to stay in front. Oh my gosh.
And it's Peltier again, just about keeping it together. He almost lost the edge again. It is Simon Bastier, or Etienne Bastier, pardon me, for the Roosters, but look out, here comes Hayashi Kosei.
They are catching the leaders. Japan leading the way, closing that gap.
This is a big exertion by the chasing sides. However, it's been a long sprint for the French and the Brits. Who can keep it together? Niall Tracy just keeping his footing as he goes to Peter Riches. And you know what? Here they come. The Ninjas and the Ice Maples have almost bridged, but the French are changing up their exchange from the looks of things.
And what needs to happen now is they need to time their catch into their pass. They can't get stuck like that. They needed to not do that, but there's still time to recover. 4 laps to go.
And the French defensive right now. The Japanese Ninjas trying to go off exchange. And here comes Hayashi. Can he do it on the inside? Can he make it stick is the next question.
No.
Final exchange is coming. The Roosters back in second. Can they hang on? And they are just flanked by the Canadians and the Japanese, but Roussel almost loses it. The Royals, all the while, how important is that for the British Royals? And it's the Japanese Ninjas, Miyata Shogo, a breathless finish, hanging on for second.
That's speed skating.
Oh, wow.
At its finest. I mean, really, we're on the edge. This is the best effort that an athlete can possibly give on tough ice. You look out, when we zoom out here, you'll see all the athletes with their hands on their knees. They can barely catch their breath. Let's take a peek at these replays. So we're seeing a little bit like that spinning like a top, and then a collision between the Ice Maples and the Ninjas. Quick to his feet, but no one's there to tag. So Japan nails that tag much quicker than the Canadian Ice Maples are able to. France and Great Britain doing a nice job staying together, pushing the pace from the front. Remember, it was quite a long time that the two of them had to push the pace in order to avoid getting caught.
But surely they recognize the situation. They look and they
Certainly.
go, okay, 2 top teams aren't there, let's go.
Correct, absolutely. As always, we see those blocks go flying. Amazing that Felix Roussel was able to save that.
Just running out of gas for the Roosters. The opportunity was there, but watch what this means. Niall Tracy, they needed that result. They were sitting 12th coming in. Now it's a guaranteed top 8 and a chance for more for the British Royals.
Absolutely, and like we keep saying, you can throw out your worst finish. So for the Canadian team, that's a bummer, but they will be able to throw that finish out, and they'll have another try next week to get back on top of the podium as they did earlier this season.
So it's been, you mentioned they missed the tag so often. They are one of the best drilled relay sides, but just wasn't there. Peltier missed out. He just lost his balance, and there was nobody there. And so it's both the women's and the men's Canadian relay sides proving well, they're just human like the rest of us.
Well, that's a relief.
Everyone is allowed a bad day. But wow, that was fun.
That was fun, and so you can clearly see that the ice conditions are starting to degrade in that last race, and it's getting worse. I'm watching them do an ice repair right now, and I would say that the ruts, the chunks taken out of this ice are at least the size of a football. It's easy to see where the ice has been damaged, where it's been filled by snow. They're starting to get it to level out with the rest of the ice around it now, but it is still visually obvious where this ice is weak.
And yeah, still one more heat to come. Just time for us to catch our breath, and they're all trying to keep warm as the patch jobs carry on around it. Yeah, it's that corner approaching the finish line where all the drama happened. Peltier went out, and Roussel just hung on later.
Well, and I'll tell you what, Gavin, where the damage is in the ice, it's between blocks 6 and 7 coming out on the finish line side. That is prime exchange real estate. That is where 10 athletes all at one time begin fighting for position and transferring speed. So that is just the worst spot on the ice for there to be a weak spot.
And so watch in this one to see how that might affect things.
Well, and when I'm watching the track stewards now, the amount of slush, again, there's a technical term for you, slush that builds up on this ice, because literally as ice starts to break down and get rutted, it practically turns into snow. And then the track stewards pour water down, the snow turns into slush, and now we have soft ice. The crew is doing an incredible job maintaining with what they have. It's truly a difficult task to keep this ice, any ice, at its best after 3 5,000-meter relays.
And it looks like, yeah, they're putting a lot of water around that corner heading into the finish line. And we heard the whistle, and it's time for the other technical term Catherine likes to use. It's time to do the thing.
Do the thing.
Dutch Lions, Korean White Tigers, Hungarian Falcons, and the Turkish Anatolian Pars. And so White Tigers sitting second right now after the 2 Montreal events. Dutch in 4th, and then we'll just get to that later.
Ready.
Hungarian Falcons in 10th, and Turkish Anatolian Pars in 15th. So those back 2 sides in tough against 2 teams, 2 in the top 4 of the standings after 2 events. And even you might say the Dutch sitting in 4th is low for them, because they also have the capacity to win relay races. Jens van het Vout on the ice right now.
So there's the first exchange on that weak ice. So far, so good. Everyone looks pretty comfortable skating through.
It's Friso Emmons on the ice for the Dutch Lions, and he will, for the first time this weekend, Bram Steenart coming in as the Falcons make the move to second. Off exchange for them. Tough situation for a guy like Steenart to come in. First races, and the ice is just before a flood. He's in with Dan Koss nursing a back injury, and anytime you're dealing with a back injury, you worry, you wonder how long that might take. The countdown is on now for the Olympics. Dan Koss really one of the up-and-comers on that Dutch side.
Dutch team doing a good job controlling this race from the front. Not going so fast as to burn up their legs, but going fast enough that there's no fighting going on. And that is an advantage of doing that kind of, we say easy speed. It's not easy because it's easy because it carries, the speed carries well, and it's a very efficient place to hold your speed, especially one of these longer events.
Mohamed Bozdag, nobody behind him for the Anatolian Pars as he brings in Dennis Orrs. They had a bit of a gap, as Catherine has pointed out, to skate into, perhaps wind up a move. But yeah, you look at that corner, just a little wobble there from Orrs as he brings in Furkan Akar. It's Wonjun Moon on the ice for the Falcons. Jens van het Vout. So for the Korean side, they have Kim Tae-sung, Hwan Dae-hwan, Lee Jung-min, and Lee Jun-so. So keeping the youngster Im Jong-un in reserve.
A little early exchange there, but no negative impact. So it's somewhat counterintuitive because, well, when I say early, it's like they're barely about to make an exchange. But when I say late, it's like the exchange is happening too far down the straightaway, and you want something right in the middle.
And if you're a skater, knowing that there's been a lot of wear put into this ice, is there an innate awareness that you've skated long enough to know, okay, we're going to change things up based on where they see things?
Certainly. Yep, very common. Teams train for this. Teams often do 200 lap workouts specifically to practice skating through ruts, skating through fatigue on ruts. Sometimes teams will do multiple workouts on a singular track, especially relay workouts, just to prepare for moments like this.
The move, Frisoimans into Bram Steenart and Bozdag for the Anatolian Pars into second. T-Borts for the Falcons deciding not to try to follow up the inside.
Good timing there. So you do want to see the skaters connect and release their exchange before the finish line. That's in a perfect world. In the real world, it can happen pretty much at any time.
Jens van het Wout gets the exchange from his brother, Furkan Akar. These will be the finishers, remember?
And we are seeing especially Jens start to manipulate his track. I think that's for two reasons. I think there's a tactical advantage there, but also based on ice conditions.
Roos, Steenart, Bozdag for the Anatolian Pars. He'd made that move into second. And yeah, there's the Falcons now sitting in third, and the White Tigers, perhaps unfamiliar territory. Now they try to make the move. Everybody's trying to make a move now. Oh, and the Anatolian Pars are knocked off. Bozdag, I think he had no idea what was going on. But Furkan Akar read it well. It's a little late, though. They have a lot of work. They have about a quarter of a lap, but that is going to get reviewed. They were sitting in second. I think it was the White Tigers coming up behind him.
I am surprised to see the White Tigers sitting back in third right now. They're being conservative. There is one thing that the Korean team does better than everyone else, though, and that is the art of the outside pass. So I'm not worried about them making a move. I'm just curious as to why they're going to make it late.
And it's three teams right at the front right now. And now you see the grip, perhaps coming a bit unglued.
There's a good exchange by the Canadian White Tigers. Very well set up, good timing.
Into second, Melle van het Wout. Now the latest to sort of struggle. Jasapati looking for an opening, and on the exchange, almost an opportunity, but they got it a little late coming out of the back seat.
They kicked the block, which put him back on his heels, as you're saying, and that can really throw off your speed at a critical moment on the exchange.
That review, it has not yet been cleared. And the Falcons all over the rear view mirrors of the Korean White Tigers. T-Bort's in now. They got the early exchange there, and that's right up behind him.
They need to stay a little closer. That was an ideal exchange. They need to stay a little closer to make sure it works, but it looks like they've changed their order down to one-lap exchanges.
And it is the White Tigers for the lead. One more exchange coming. Here come the finishers. It is Jens van het Wout sitting in second. He has Won Jun Moon behind him. Just everybody's trying to stay on their feet. And there's Van het Wout for the lead. Nice move, and it looks like the Dutch Lions will take it. And the White Tigers in second, Lee Jun-so getting over the line ahead of the Falcons. But remember, that yellow dot has not been cleared. And I believe it might have been the White Tigers and the Anatolian Pars with a coming together earlier. And so we will get another look at that.
On the replay, seeing Melle van het Wout controlling the pace, looking behind him. Looks like Hwang Dae-hun coming up around to the front for the Korean White Tigers. And then a counter attack. And these are those late exchanges, how they're not really connecting close to block 7.
This isn't the incident just yet, because Akar was the one who tagged up. So they're looking at possible No rule violation in the end. I think it was Bosdijk who went down. This may be it. Watch the blade.
Oh, it's
He
his
hit his
own
toe.
blade. It's his own blade that he hits the toe. Potentially there was some blade contact from behind. I didn't catch it at that angle, but I know that's what they're looking for in the video review room. There's a tight pass, but a clean pass up the inside.
That's Hwang Dae-han moving up into second behind Melle van het Vout.
Nice move up the inside by the White Tiger, and a little conservative, a little backing off by Melle van 't Vout. That's smart because this is aggressive from Jens van 't Vout. He did not need to do that. He wasn't in an unsafe situation, but he wanted the win. Wanted to go on to the semifinals definitively.
So close for the Hungarian Falcons. Still not confirmed of the results just yet. We are heading into an ice resurface. Right, here we go.
Final decision, no rule violation, race incident, advancement, 30th.
And so there's no rule violation, but it is Turkey advanced. They were in a second place, and so let's see here. So nobody broke any rules, but an innocent victim, let's just see here, right up, right there.
Yep, I see it.
So he towed in, but he had gotten some contact before, and so just everyone in close quarters, I guess. And
that's right. I mean, you're putting 10 really high-level athletes at high speed going too wide across the track on bad ice. And you can't avoid things like that. They're going to happen.
And so the semifinals will have 9 teams. And the ranking race still to come. And so in the end, you're not getting a top 8 spot. So there will be 9 teams, but some good opportunities for the likes of the Royals and Latvian Golden Stars, Turkish Anatolian Pars to get up ahead of other teams and get up some good Olympic qualifying quotient spots. And so, yeah, there's some work to be done on the ice, and they're going to take their time doing it. We'll be back at 3:15 local time, and so that is about 24 minutes from now. So, good bit of a break here. We'll see you soon.
Zapraszamy teraz na wspólną zabawę, zatańczmy razem.
Shifting things up big way from the men's relay now to the women's 500-meter heats. You see start list number 1, Kristen Santos Griswold, Selma Poutsma, Martina Valchipina, Malika Yermak, and Barbara Samogi. And look at positions 1, 2, and 3. 3 very experienced racers. You look at the likes of Poutsma and Valchipina. Very good sprinters. And top 2 from each race, and a maximum of 2 fastest third place skaters go to the quarters, and there are 8 races in all. Poutsma, having dealt with some injuries last season, now back. We saw her in relay action, but this is her element. She famously had that tie a couple seasons ago for gold with Cassandra Velzebor, and yeah, there's extensive work being done, and our officials have been really on top of it, because it's just a lot of beating has gone into this ice in those last 3 relays, and they're really making sure those corners are as functional as possible. I say fortunately, but fortunately, this stint does not have any relays coming up. It's back to individual action, 500-meter heats, 1,000-meter repechage heats for men, and then another resurface. So perhaps a chance to rebuild a little bit some of the ice. But yeah, all those relays have taken a toll, but our officials obviously nicely taking it quite seriously, and the stewards have been doing a fantastic job in keeping this as intact as possible.
Yes, especially since the 2 officials on ice now are preparing for the Olympics. It's nice to see this attention to detail, this awareness of how important the ice conditions are for these athletes. And again, when we're doing this many resurfaces in a day, when we're skating this many rounds in a day, any ice rink would struggle with their ice getting soft. I'll throw a wrench in the plans, though, Gavin. What if we get a bunch of fans in here over the weekend?
Fortunately, the days aren't as long.
That's fair.
This is tomorrow the repechage, and Sunday the repechage sessions are short, if there is a saving grace to that. But yeah, you do mention that, everybody breathing, and that will certainly complicate things. But
the things you don't think of, but the fuller your stands are, not only does the air temperature go up, but the humidity in the arena goes up. Both of those things having a direct effect on ice conditions.
Could they ask people to breathe less? But yeah, it's the nature of the beast here, with 2 days of qualifying, so many athletes going for it. But yeah, the first thing that comes to mind is, fortunately, it's fewer races this weekend. It's the repechage sessions tend to be splash and dash, and we're out of here. And then the World Tour sessions. So the days are shorter, but yeah, tonight the expert crews will go to work, and we are ready to go with heat number 1. Santos Griswold, Poutsma, Valchipina, Yermak, Samogi.
Ready.
And off the line, Poutsma. Absolutely fantastic start. Some bumping, but everybody is through, so they're not bringing that one back.
Back to our top speed race here, seeing these ladies really working those corners, lots of crossovers, but remember, no crossing over through that apex of the turn. If you see 2 skates down, that's a sign of feeling unstable. 1 skate, oh my goodness, there's some instability playing out right in front of us.
Santos Griswold there to take advantage. Poutsma rode a very good start to the lead, but as she starts to fade a little bit, here comes the top USA Eagle, Kristen Santos Griswold. And Valchipina not done yet, but Poutsma gets the boot out. And it's Santos Griswold who takes the win.
And that's a good example of Poutsma having a fantastic start, but Kristen Santos Griswold being more of an endurance skater, so she has the legs at the finish to continue progressing the lap times down. But you see, she's slow off the start. She's first on the line, but finishes 3rd coming around the first corner. Martina Valchipina, another incredible sprinter, but watch here, she pitches forward on her skates, that throws her off, and then she's forced to take a 2-foot turn around, losing a lot of speed on that corner exit. But it wasn't just luck for Kristen Santos Griswold. She sets up on the very next lap to move from 2nd into 1st.
And we'll take a look. Oh, remember, only 2 of 8 possible at most fastest third place skaters. So Martina Valchipina, 43.705 will now become the spectator. And since there are so many races, the women's 500-meter repechage heats will go today, and so racers will know if they're going to be back out, but it's obviously a huge chance to rest if you don't have to worry about repechages. Heat number 2 on the ice, and it's the woman who has made the 500 her own, Ksandra Velzebor, world record holder, Kurokawa Ki, Ariana Siegel, Zeynep Kumarkan, and Katarina Budic.
Go to the start. Ready?
Just part of the reason why, not through the corner yet, but part of the reason why Ksandra Velzebor is so good is that one of the best in the world started so often, her or Kim Bouteng, who's going to take it. She was just out of the gate there so quick, but we're going to go back and we're going to try it again.
So we're seeing a really strong start from Ariana Siegel. She's lane 3 on the line, but she's trying to overtake the Japanese ninja Kurokawa, and there's a little scuffle there. So as we go back for a reskate, we'll see if she tries the same strategy again. Maybe she can do it a little sharper, or maybe she'll change her strategy just to avoid that contact. Skaters are seeing their coaches now to have a look at blades. So you see they're rubbing the edge of the fingers up and down the blade. That checks to see if there is a burr or a strip. A burr can be pressed back up onto the edge using a burr stone. Every athlete does that all the time. Just it gives your edge this nice fresh sharpness to it. But if there's a strip, there's no time to sharpen. So what they'll do is they'll just immediately replace that blade. Doesn't look like anybody needs a major repair, just a quick loosen tighten of the bolts, maybe a quick burr stone along the edge, and then back to work.
There is Kurokawa, and there is Ksandra Velzebor. Kurokawa Ki. And Zeynep Kumarkan is 20 years old. Kurokawa is 25. And we'll try again.
Go to the start. Ready?
And again, it's Velzebor quickly away, and Kurokawa, better start there, able to jump into second.
And they step out to start building their speed. They're going to move their feet as much as possible for about a lap and a half, and then they'll settle into their top speed and start worrying about those tactics.
And it is really a race for second. Siegel making the move up the inside, and will make that one stick, but Velzebor just so good as Kumarkan goes up into third. And we see if everything on the ice holds out. No drama for Velzebor. And she will take this one easily, and Siegel will hang on for second.
She had a nice pass up into second place earlier in the race, maybe a safer move than trying to overtake the second lane position skater on the start.
And we look, Kumarkan in the 44.5 range. That's slower than Valchipina's time.
So from the start, Ksandra Velzebor, one of the best 500-meter skaters in the world, sticking in lane 1. And here we're seeing that pass set up from Ariana Siegel. So she gets that extra crossover in, going into the corner, manipulates her track pattern to exit the turn tight. Seems like Ksandра's blades are sticking well. That's the benefit of being a race that's so close to the resurface break. And then a dive for the line. Ariana Siegel holding on.
There you go. And the Gladiator moving through, so Kumarkan will now see, but she is the second of 2 and on the bubble right now. Heat number 3, Florence Brunel, Valentina Asic, Julie Lataille, Chloé Olivier, and Diana Laura Vegi. There you have the list right there.
Go to the start. Ready?
Brunel, a winner in the 500 in Tilburg. And we'll be back in the Netherlands next weekend. This time it'll be in Dordrecht, but Tilburg will host the European Championships. But a good move by Latai to get up into second, and now maybe eyeing the lead.
She definitely had to defend that second position after overtaking the Croatian Dalmatian Askic. And now, you know, she needs to close that gap if she wants to be competitive for first. So if I'm her, I'm mostly focusing on defense at this point. Top speed and defending.
Goes out wide. Asic scoots up the middle. And now Olivier trying to get up there as well. And Latai forced out wide there. And Brunel will cross the line first. Asic in second. And Olivier, I think, is going to get looked at for that move on Latai late.
The downside is even with a late move like that, I don't know that it happened at a point when Julie was in qualifying position. So even if there's a penalty, I'm not sure she'll get reviewed for an advancement. But we'll leave that up to the officials. We'll have a look here at the replay. Brunel building up to speed.
So I believe she was in third, which there are those timed positions, so.
Fair. That's a discretionary spot. So, oh, so that's just a little bit of a breakout. She wasn't able to hold the tight turn around the track, but here coming up the inside, that is contact where the shoulders even. Was it a clear and obvious bump by Chloe Olivier? And will they consider Julie Latai having been in qualifying position with that time? So, so many things to consider.
There you go. And nothing in the end. Yeah, they were shoulder to shoulder was the ruling. And Olivier 44.387. Now the third place time, and that is faster than heat number 2, so that knocks out Zeynep Kumarkan. But Martina Valchipina still in a pole position in that top third place time.
Go to the start. Ready?
Heat number 4, Michelle Velzebor, Zhang Tutong, Nakashima Mirei, Lee So-yoon, and Tineke Dendalk. And Michelle Velzebor, much like her sister, off and away out of position 1, but she's under a lot more pressure. Zhang Tutong, pardon me, closing it up, and the other skater is closing right up behind, and there's a stumble opportunity for Nakashima to go through.
Zhang Tutong lost a lot of speed there, is even now dropping back into fourth, but she's trying to claw her way back.
And Michelle Velzebor under some pressure, but both of those skaters knowing 1-2 gets them through, but they need that time as well for start line positions. But in the end, they both are happy, nodding their heads, saying, okay, we got the qualification. That works for me. Nothing reviewed on our screen. It's Velzebor, Nakashima, 1 and 2. I'm just seeing Zhang is a 43.95. That would be faster than Olivier, but slower than Valchipina.
So yeah, something's happened. She just, it's that bad side of the ice too, right before the finish line. That is where we're seeing the most ice repairs taking place on the corner exit. She recovers well. She can't bounce all the way back, but that is a respectable third place time. Here are your winners: Michelle Velzebor and Mirei Nakashima. Zhang Tutong currently in on time. 43.960 is the official time.
Here's the one on the bubble. There you go. Heat number 5 of 8. Corin Stoddart, Wang Xingruan, Camille Cellier, and Petra Vankova and Yana Khan.
Go to the start. Ready?
Always Stoddart one to watch, and she gets out and away with Wang Xingruan behind her, but apart from Vankova, everyone has a shout here.
Corinne Stoddard, such a powerful skater. Again, you see that arm swing, how she swings from her shoulder, and that really engages all her core muscles to put more power, more pressure into her lower body, increasing the speed of her push.
Cellier trying to make a move for second. One defending, that allows Stoddart to pad the lead a little bit. Now Cellier taking a look, and she left it very late. Wang went way out wide, so Cellier crossed the line in second, but that is going to get a look.
And Camilla Cellier, you know, as an athlete in these situations, you feel like, I have to do something. And you do. This is Olympic year. You're an Olympic qualifier. You kind of do have to do something, but sometimes do the thing, it doesn't work every time. And as always, it's just because they're riding the line of effort. So she does come up the inside. Defensive move here by Wang. Thank you. Gosh, why can't I keep this start list straight? Wang Xingruan was very defensive on that pass by Cellier. A little bobble there, pushing her out, and Cellier crosses in second, but they're reviewing that result.
One thing is for sure, well, never say for sure, but about as for sure as we can, Corinne Stoddart pretty comfortably through there. Still looking for her first gold of the season as the regular visitor to the podium in Montreal. A trio of bronze medals in week number 1, every single individual distance. And then in week number 2, silver in the 1500.
And the first, oh, here we go, we're seeing another image. So
possible contact from behind is the ruling, or not ruling.
The consideration.
Yeah, and so that would be in an advancement position.
And from that angle, you can see it a lot better. When we're watching from the front, it appears like, what are we looking at? Are we looking at an outside to in and inside to out? But when we see that other angle from the side, it's easier to see how the momentum is coming forward from Camilla and how that forward momentum throws China off of her balance. That's Wang Xingruan from China.
So what this could do, if there is an advancement, that would move Yana Khan up to second, and Wang, if she's advanced, that would throw out her own teammates' third place time for the previous heat, and Martina Valchipina would have even more nervous 3 races to sit and watch. And here we go.
Final decision, penalty, number 15 from Poland, advancement for number 36 from China.
And there you go, there is the penalty on Cellier, and so one Chinese skater will get advanced, and one other Chinese skater will not be able to move through. Yeah, I mean, never really within a shout of moving in front, was she? Contact from behind. There we go. 3 heats left and the results confirmed. And so now Valchipina's time, reminder, 43.705. 3 heats to go. We have Hanna de Smet, Chiara Betti, Ricky Doak, Aurélie Levesque, and Holly Holland.
Ready?
Nice start here from Hanna de Smet. She does perform well in the 15 and the 1,000, but she sure can sprint.
She was right up there in the Crystal Globe standings last year, really proving that she does have sprint chops as well.
So we'll watch what she does well here, Hannah Dasmet. Watch when she goes into her pivot, how she gets smaller. That is the highest speed, and I'll be honest with you, kind of the scariest spot on the track. Lots of contact there behind her, but eyes on Hannah one more time, how she gets small around the turn. That's very advanced, and it's one reason why she can do what she can as an athlete.
Doak diving in on Betty, and so that will get reviewed, but that opened the door for Aurélie Levesque to get up there into second place and into one of those quarterfinal spots. And so,
is that a smile? We've gone from head shakes to head nods to smiles as they come around to see their coach.
And this is pretty much as the ice is just hanging on right now after so many races and so many skaters.
So here we have the replay, a charge to block one. Everyone lining up, no contact here. And then here's the move up the inside from Ricky Doak, a bit of a defensive move from Betty, and then hard to see from that angle what the call might be. They are considering a possible penalty on Canada against Italy.
But that allows Levesque to get up into second. Near the ovation, that's Nicola Mazur getting introduced. She'll be in heat number 7 in her hometown. Here's Marc Gagnon, Canadian head coach.
5-time world champion.
Olympic gold medalist from Salt Lake in 2002. He won a race and then within about an hour's time won gold with the relay side. Salt Lake getting another chance to host the Olympics. And so interesting here because Betty, as you mentioned, skating defensively there.
Yes, I see Betty cutting in, but I don't see that they're considering something against, oh, here's a good angle. So Betty's shoulders are always in front. So Canada is the aggressor here. It would have been her job to back off. Going into the corner, Betty's clearly getting bumped out wide and losing some speed.
I think I saw a second of side eye there from Gagnon looking towards the camera.
Well, there's nothing to do but sit around and wait when you're trying to figure out what that final result will be. Coach of mine, Eric Separon, he used to share with me that patience isn't waiting. Patience is how you wait. And so if you're waiting anxiously, you're just creating more stress and the body can't recover. Let's go find out what the call.
No penalty for share responsibility between number 19 from Canada and 22 from Italy.
There you go. And so, yeah, we noticed quite the move sideways from Betty. And so a shared responsibility. You'll see Doak trying to come up the inside, and then, I mean, you could argue maybe possible lane change there, but in the end, it's shared responsibility. And so no advancement in the top two.
That's right, and a lot of defensive skating comes with timing. That move, a 1/10 of a second sooner, would have not been contested, but a 1/10 of a second later, causing contact. Now it's under review.
Go to the start. Ready.
The name Separon, is that any relation to Ethan?
Oh yes, big brother of Ethan Separon. Actually was his coach until he qualified to go on to national team. I got to train with those guys back in Milwaukee.
Ethan Separon, long track U.S. speed skater. Anyway, it's Courtney Sareau out in front, Nicola Mazur holding off Kim Gilly for now. The home side trying to will her forward. Zofia Konya there, as is Lisa Eckstein, but it's Sareau, and now Kim up the inside into second.
Beautiful move up into second, no contest. One lap to go. Let's see if Kim Gilly closes that gap into a pass or if she sits pretty in second.
And Sareau will hold off Kim and take the win. And we look at Mazur's time unofficially 43.41. That would be faster than Martina Valchipina's time. And the hometown skater could be in a position to pick up that fastest third place. So we'll just see 43.407 is the confirmed time, and yes indeed, that would get her ahead of Valchipina with one heat still to come.
So what Mazur does well there is she moves from lane 3 on the start line up into second position, overtaking Kim Gilly on the inside. Kim does plan a counterattack. It takes her a moment to build up to speed, but look at how smooth and fluid she is coming around the ice. You see the gold there on her boot covers? That means she's a world champion. Bootmaker Paul Marchese will only put gold leather on a world champion's skate. So status point for her right there.
What if you looked menacingly at him and said, "You're putting gold on my boots"?
Nope, I tried. Nope, didn't work.
Did he give you anything for Olympic medal colors?
No, but I earned my gold leather a little after the games. Just took me a little longer to get there. Like I said, I'm not a sprinter. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. I got there by the end.
Did you get him to make like shoes for off ice that he?
I think he does bike shoes.
There you go. Never too late to argue for that. Heat number 8. The ovation there for Natalia Malashevska, world championship medalist in the 500 in Beijing. And getting a little...
Some problem there with her neck guard.
Get it all the way up is what they're saying. I'm not sure what she's saying, but anyway. Choi Min-jong, Natalia Malashevska, Annabelle Green, Elena Krylova, and Danucha Chitai-san.
Ready?
And Malashevska, great start.
She
second to first.
Does have a great start. She's such a powerful skater. Look how she moves her feet quickly around the turns. Times it well around the apex block. Now the big difference here is the way that these skaters compress around the apex of the turn. Min-jung gets smaller, a lot like Hana does Met. When you're at the apex point, that's when you want to be at your smallest point. So in order to hold her off, Malashevska is going to have to find a little bit left in her tank.
Here comes Choi taking a look all the way around the outside and makes that lead stick. As Malashevska fades perhaps a little bit, Choi Min-jung takes it ahead of Natalia Malashevska, and a 44.51 unofficially for Annabelle Green would not be enough. And so it looks like Nicola Mazur could get that one third place time. I think anything is getting reviewed.
Everything looked clean to my eye, and I'm not seeing any notes coming from the officials' booth. So Malashevska, great powerful start, overtaking Choi Min-jung, and you can see Choi is just looking there, planning her counterattack. Really good stepping through around the corner. Again, I want to see that right shoulder punching down with more power. She does it right there. I want to see that more from her in her corners, and that way she can hold Choi Min-jung off a little longer.
And yeah, results finalized. Choi Min-jung, Natalia Malashevska moving through to the quarterfinals, and there is just one third place time, advancing that going to Nicola Mazur. And wait a minute, it's not Sunday, it's still a repechage. Part of just having so many skaters as we begin our repechages today. And so the 1,000-meter men's 1,000-meter repechage heats will come up before we flood the ice, and these guys are just trying to get into the repechage quarterfinals. And so this is that stage where there's nothing left to lose. And so while we've been talking about maybe a bit hesitant, not hesitant, but deciding to play it a bit safer going into a corner, now you might see guys being a little bit more pushy going into any passes.
Yes, and everyone is aware of, maybe you're not the skater willing to be more pushy, but you're aware that, like, hey, it's way more likely I'm going to get pushed in this race. So the stronger skaters will take a more conservative strategy off the front rather than taking any risks from the back.
Go to the start. Ready.
Originally scheduled for 13 heats, but it's actually 11. And so 11 heats, all with 6 skaters in them, up to just the winners moving on, and then up to 9 fastest second place skaters to move on. So a healthy window for time advancements in second, of course, barring any penalties, but there's that added, perhaps, desire to get to the front, and if there, because of course if there is an incident, you could see advancement. And Liu Shucheng of the Ice Chillins gets to the front, but Felix Pigeon
Liu reacts quickly, which is good, but sometimes it's so quick. Oh dear, we've had a fall from the Ice Bear, Peter Ward.
He went in with Purapat Chiang Mai, who tried to go up the inside, and Petre goes into the mats, and that will get a look. And the big question, were you in an advancement position? And I do not think he was 1 or 2, but that's not our job. That is Pigeon just staying out of danger right now. He has Tibor Komoritsky behind him.
Holding his speed well. Liu might have one more pass in the legs. Here we go.
Nicely done into second. But Tibor Komoritsky battling back, and he gets the place, but was it a well-timed pass? We shall see. And Pigeon does the business.
He did the thing.
He did the thing. And there's another nod at, yeah.
We're feeling good. See, medal rounds are coming closer. Athletes are feeling better every day.
And so there is the chance that that earlier move that was getting looked at, Chiang Mai on Petre, was for second, which could lead to advancement. So this was early on.
Yes, that was, like I said, sometimes he reacts quickly. I don't know him well as an athlete. My feeling is maybe he reacts faster than he thinks sometimes, and so even though the reaction time is tremendous, it can still be off on strategy. So now let's look up the inside, and that's where Petre Ward makes a bump and falls down, but they are considering the Thai elephant. Gosh, so many things to break down in this race.
The other incident getting looked at with Komoritsky going through, and that also was for second place at that point. And so Petre, when he went down, he was in second, and when Liu was bumped there a little bit, he was in second. And might we see? Well, it depends on what they decide.
You called it, Gavin. You said, people are going to be really throwing it out there, willing to do things that are riskier than usual, because at this point, if you don't move on, you don't get the points that you need to qualify that Olympic country spot.
So let's see, will there be happiness with the teams from Belgium and Hong Kong, China? And a look at the review room there. There is Chiang Mai, and he was behind Petre, and I don't think he was really anywhere near level. So right there's a look. Petre, you look at the shoulders, and if they see the same thing, it's Petre in front, but they do have the other angles that we don't get to see until after the fact.
That's right, and what you have to consider is when you're looking from the side angle, whose shoulders are in front. When you're looking from the front angle, who's manipulating their track laterally. And I'm sure there's other angles they have in the camera room available to them. Let's see what they decided.
Final decision, penalty number 139 from Thailand, and advancement for skater 74 from Belgium.
And so it is Ward Petre being advanced, Purapat Chiang Mai being penalized. And so here it is, inside to out lane change. There's the blue line, and
he's trying to get in. So it's tough because he needed to give way. He needed to scrub speed and go back. Otherwise, he would have been pushed to the off track. And so he tried to squeeze in. It didn't work. Such is life.
And so the other incident involving Tibor Komoritsky and Liu Shucheng, nothing there. And so Komoritsky in second. We'll see how 131.994 stands up. As I mentioned, 11 heats in all and potentially 9 second place times moving on. But as we saw from heat number 1, skaters are going to try some moves at this stage of the game, and we'll see if that leads to any advancements.
Go to the start. Ready.
Felix Roussel in unfamiliar territory. He was in a really tough heat. In the end, having to come through the repechage heat. Spencer Nogrady, Lucas Wareham, Ivan Donchev, and Nico Anderman. And Donchev is already off the back, wondering if there's an issue with equipment. And yeah, he's looking at his blade. And unfortunate for Ivan Donchev there, the Bulgarian king, just not able to hang in there. And frustrating, I wouldn't doubt when it's the equipment that allows you to not keep going.
Yes, it is frustrating. Nogrady putting a quick little move up into first. Felix Roussel responding. He does like to lead. He's very comfortable controlling a race from the front. And this is why we have the repechage rounds, because occasionally you do just get a crazy hard preliminary race, or a very strong athlete will fall or have trouble with their equipment, and then they have an opportunity to race back into the main event. It's also more of a development opportunity for other countries who, if you're not going to the main event, you might only get 1 or 2 races. Repechage rounds allows all of these smaller countries to gain experience and develop.
Anderman taking a look at Nogrady, not finding the opening. And Nogrady good defensively, and it will be Roussel taking the heat. And Nogrady unofficially a 1:27.80, and so that's quite a bit quicker than heat number 1. But Roussel goes about the work of getting back into the World Tour stage of competition. He's passed the first hurdle, gotten over that one, but he still has repechage, quarterfinals, and potentially semis on Sunday. So the work's not done yet.
There's that nice move up the inside by Nogrady, and what Felix Roussel does well is he sees it coming, but he doesn't react. And we just saw in a race what can happen if you react so fast that you don't necessarily think through the strategy of it. Somewhere in the middle is ideal, and yet this is what separates good from great. This is what happens over years and years and years of training and racing, as you learn how to find the middle and use that effectively in every race.
And there you go, Roussel. And so now 1:27.809. If everybody moves through without penalty, Nogrady already ahead of 1 second-place skater. Anyway, we'll move into heat number 3. Lucas Koo, Peter Jasopati, Zdenek Sepal, Alejandro Rivero, and Peter Murphy. So, skater from Belgium and a skater from Luxembourg. Of course, that region, the Low Countries, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, the short term is Benelux. And there is actually, I've learned, a Benelux Cup in short track. And so a chance for those 3 to race. And yeah.
Very neat. You just explained to me why one of my favorite restaurants back home is called Café Benelux.
Oh, there you go.
I did not know that.
Do they have waffles and Hagelslag?
Not the Hagelslag. You'll have to tell us what that is.
Well, Hagelslag is essentially the chocolate sprinkles on toast.
Oh, yes. Well, that is quite delicious. I'm definitely better off now knowing that what the name of that delicacy is.
It's always the eye-opening experience that Dutch children have what for breakfast?
I remember my first trip there, and Gavin, I don't know if you know this, but when I was an athlete, I was not allowed to eat carbs. But gosh darn it, did I sneak those? Did I sneak those chocolate sprinkles on my white bread with butter for breakfast?
And you wonder why Dutch children are ranked some of the happiest in the world in all those rankings. Chocolate for breakfast.
I'll tell you though, they're not just brown sprinkles.
There's some candy
They are
kind of
chocolates.
ones too.
Yeah, but it's not just like brown colored sprinkles.
Yep.
Like it's real chocolates. Ooh, so delicious.
Oh yeah, I get to be there next week.
Oh, have 2 for me, okay?
Well, you get to go off to Germany and Switzerland,
That's
continuing
right.
your voyages.
That's right. Bringing my dad with me on this trip, and we're having a little family heritage exploration after this.
But I will have some on your behalf, and I will relish
Go
the
to the start.
And there we go. The Bluebird, the Falcon, the Ice Spider, the Ice Bear, and the Duke. And really, when you are the one skater for the Luxembourg Dukes, you are the Duke. Peter Murphy, the Duke.
That's a great nickname. I'm sure he'll love that. And he's racing for his country spots, which again, that's his spot. So it does take some weight off his shoulders. He knows whatever his result is, it's not going to be taken away from someone else.
It's all up to him.
So quite a bit of jockeying here, but Koo, yeah, holding on well, keeping that variable speed, speeding up when he feels under pressure and then slowing down when the attack slows up. But here comes another attack, so he's going to re-accelerate. He can't quite stop this one, but he can tuck into second and get in the draft, and he...
Oh, boy, and Rivero Mayerschuk, he went outside to second, inside to first, but he was off balance for so long and finally went down, and Koo caught up behind him there.
That is under review, but great for Yazapati, now getting to take control of this race.
That might be one of those situations where Koo, the unfortunate bystander, being in the right spot. But Murphy challenging Sapal, and they're both closing up on Yazapati, but does he have enough to hold on? And it looks like he has enough to see it through. And it will be Sapal, then Murphy, 2 and 3. And the other two, Koo and Rivero Mayerschuk, TBD. He went from third to first, and it was interesting to watch him go to second outside, dive in inside, but then he was thrown off.
And that can, oh yeah, and so his ice, oh gosh. So that left skate, oh my goodness, Lucas Koo doing a somersault here into the board. So that left skate just won't hold, spinning out. Koo cannot avoid that contact. Gets his feet up, that's good, but really is almost, yeah, doing that somersault back onto the track. So maybe his neck's gonna be a little sore after this.
This is where I see he just was off balance.
He's leaning so hard, and if you over lean around the corner, not only does that increase the risk of the ice breaking out, but it's very difficult when your shoulders separate from your hips. Those are all the wrong muscle groups. You need your shoulders to stack on your hips in order to power the legs, and so twofold, not enough stability on the ice and not enough pressure through the core.
So there was so much done well. They have been made official, though there is no penalty, I'm imagining, but we'll throw it down to the ice for the ruling. There's that Kazakhstan jacket. I started mentioning it yesterday. Anyway, that's a great
so
look.
Nice.
It's so nice.
So nice.
Oh, you can see the board there. So there is no penalty, but Lucas Koo is advanced. And so he was in that. If you're ever wanting to be a victim of someone else going down,
do it from qualifying position.
From a qualifying position, because there you go, Lucas Koo into the repechage quarterfinals, and that throws out one of the second place opportunities. So Yazapati wins, Sapal second, and Koo also joining them. Unfortunate for Rivero, because he made some nice moves to get up from third to first, but then just couldn't keep it together. Heat number 4, Daniel Abog and Nurtalet Kajgali, both the Irish Wolfhounds. Liam O'Brien, Sean McAnuff, Thomas Natalini, and Maverick, Peter Riches.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it is Riches. He loves to get to the front. We do see it so often from him. And he has Sean McAnuff behind him, but we watch for Natalini, who will have to meander his way through. He's gotten around one, but Abog also one who can close up there.
Skaters do seem to be going for a good quick pace here. But remember, we're only taking the winner for certain, and then the top 9 fastest second place times. Now it's down to 7 because there's been 2 advancements.
Just one advancement, I think.
No, Ku and Belgium.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh, and we have
Mistake.
another fall in that same spot. That's
the soft spot.
That's the soft spot.
We always do look for that one corner that seems to take a lot of damage. And I remember in Beijing, we were watching one corner a year ago, and
It is common. It happens in lots of different ice rinks. That's not unique to here, but it's definitely standing out as, oh, that was a really good hold by Ibog, keeping his stability around the turn on 1 foot. When we've seen so many athletes have to 2 foot, he's been able to maintain his pivot.
And he gets up for second. Natalini takes the heat, and yeah, you were right. So there have been 2 advancements so far, so 9 down to 7. You got me on the counting that time.
Ooh, math. I did the thing.
Basic.
Let's check some replays here. Everyone's okay. So he's trying to set up a pass. Is that McAnuff that is trying to set up a pass? Yes. On
Contact. And I'm wondering, Riches goes down, but was there any contact, or did they both
just blade contact? So watch it here. McAnuff's right skate coming over.
Ugh.
Collins' right foot pushing back. And it looks like...
So it could be Riches advanced.
So there's that soft spot. It's bad luck. His right skate was going backwards on a soft spot anyway, and that's why it was an obstacle for McAnuff, who's having a normal cross come over top of the left.
Unfortunate really for both of them that both of them were in advancement positions, that they're almost victims of each other's misfortune.
Correct. No, it's so many things out of control in the sport of short track. So many times you have to relinquish control and let the chips fall.
And it's possible that they're both just a racing incident that neither is really the victim of each other. Anyway. And we can theorize all we want, but we will wait, and here we go, down to the ice.
Final decision, race incident, no rule violation. We have an advancement for number 1990 for Great Britain.
And so Riches, by being in the right place, he was the one in front.
That's right.
And so no rule violation, but there is an advancement right there.
And that is why it's important to be up front, is just to stay away from trouble. And if trouble comes your way, you're in a qualifying position.
So there you go. That's another advancement. And so those 9 fastest second place times disappearing.
Now down to 6.
Look at you adding them up. And what's interesting is that there's just been 1 penalty so far. So 2 skaters moving through when there's no rule violation. And heat number 5, Glabovchenko.
Go to the start.
Stefan Alexander Kumurjev, Yaroslav Morozov, Adam Amar Asvar Aslan.
Ready.
And Michał Niewinski. So Niewinski perhaps in unfamiliar territory, having to go through this stage, a guy who 2 times on World Tour last year picked up medals in the 1,000. And yeah,
I think he wants this race to go fast.
Yep. And he has Maximov agreeing with him. Let's pick it up.
That is another way to stay out of trouble, is that if you lead a pace that's strong enough, no one will want to pass early, and no one will have the legs to pass at the end. So it's a good way to avoid, ideally, hopefully, avoid any bumps or contact.
And you start to thin out the field as well. I would imagine some of those skaters who might want to move to the front early because they're not sure they can compete would then instead...
Correct.
Oh, Maximov. Grabbing his mouth there. Did he get something up there?
Looks like an arm swing from Ivchenko. Maybe got him in the teeth a little bit. That happens. It doesn't feel good, but that definitely happens on the ice.
But Niewinski not leaving this one to chance. He has Ivchenko, the only one who can really go with him.
Michał putting on a show here for the crowd. And you see how he really is intentional about breathing out when he pushes. It's a way to increase power as you skate.
Ivchenko makes the move. And he just saw the big puff of the cheeks from Niewinski. And it's Ivchenko who will take it. And Niewinski with a 1:28.4. Certainly faster than a few times that we have right now. That might have been the fastest, second fastest behind Benson Ogradi right now. But Niewinski in the situation now where he has to watch and see.
At least he went out. Oh yes, that was just a arm swing to the face. No, just race incident. Michal doing the right thing there to get out front and to push the pace just in case it did come down. What a nice little hop up to the front by Evchenko. And it's underappreciated how often we see those big, long, beautiful pushes, but occasionally just a little hop will get you there. It's a good sign of athleticism, being quick on your feet, because those are 18-inch blades. So there's a lot of metal to move there.
Still unconfirmed, but I don't think anything got reviewed there, and so it is official. Evchenko through, Niewinski TBD. And we still have 5 to go, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 6 to go, pardon me. There you go. So 128.413. We'll see how that stacks up in the end. Heat number 6, Hayashi Kosei, Dennis Aida-Petian, Simon Bastier, Ben Jung, Jakub Karabin, and Rainis Berzins. Guy who's also one who can really jump up there. Might have a little spring in his step after that great performance by the Golden Stars relay side to move into the semis.
Go to the start. Ready.
And Hayashi moves to the front, and this is another one where not really much waiting around.
No, it's smart. There's no room for error in these events, so to leave it up to chance, to leave it up to tactics is a little bit too dangerous. Not only are skaters aware that we're going for time, but also aware staying out of trouble, skating away from trouble is paramount.
I'm just keeping an eye on the back, seeing if, when, how Berzins launches his move, because you know he has it in him.
Bastier building. Oh.
Ooh, that's tight on the inside. He gets through, and Jung has to dump a lot of speed, so that will get looked at.
Gives Kosei a little more room to breathe. He now has a gap. Bastier having to work to close the gap.
All the while, Hayashi Kosei on the front, and now Berzins winding his way through. Up to third.
Carrying his speed out wide.
And Movie's not going to push it. But it is Hayashi just going pillar to post. Bastier in second. And I'm wondering if Berzins was in two minds there, perhaps. A, the opening wasn't there, but B, also knowing that Bastier is getting looked at for a move earlier in the race.
Certainly, that's very smart racing. So Bastier moving up, shoulders not even, but he goes through. When the shoulders do become even, it's pretty late. The corner entry has already started. Now there is some movement from outside to in, and then they hold it. So that there can sometimes indicate shared responsibility when two athletes are holding that contact between their shoulders, but we're looking at something possible happening between France and Germany.
Bastier does hang on for second, but we'll see. It's either Bastier getting looked at or shared responsibility, as Catherine mentioned. And Berzins just didn't have the opening there.
So it's an example of that's the finish, but the previous review, that was an outside to in track. Changing your track's not the problem. Changing your track into contact is the problem.
They go. They go to the review screen, they go to the results screen, and they are now at the results screen stage. And so we'll know one way or another in just a moment.
Waiting.
The nervous moments.
Yes. Can't tell if he's waiting patiently or anxiously, but waiting nonetheless.
He is showing patience. Now we'll find out.
Final decision, no penalty for share responsibility between number 87 from France and 94 from Germany.
As Catherine mentioned, they just going shoulder to shoulder for so long.
Yeah, so either, watch this, here, shoulders touch for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 whole seconds. Someone could have given it up and no one did, so that's a shared responsibility. And that was slow motion. It wasn't really 5 seconds, but still, you can see there's plenty of time to react in that instance, and neither skater reacted, they held it.
5 slow motion seconds.
5 slow-mo seconds.
So Hayashi goes through Bastier, 128.484. That is, or 424, pardon me, a little bit slower than Nivinsky from the previous heat. And we'll go to number 7. Hio, Thunborg, Jonas Hammermüller, Radek Feikus,
Go
Robin
to the start.
Benberg, Martin Prentel.
Ready.
Aaron Hio, known for his quick start, but being challenged on the start. Oh, everyone wants this race to be fast.
There was the bump. Not something we see in the 1,000 often being brought back.
Very rarely, especially no fall, just a bump. But this is good because it assures everyone's going to get their best opportunity to race.
Once that block went flying, I think that was when they sort of decided, okay, it's a little too much argy-bargy in there.
Yeah, and it's very tight here with Thunborg and Andrew Hio. Andrew's getting pinched, and then Jonas Hammermüller also putting some pressure on from the outside. Look how great of a start Hammermüller got. Even though he's on lane 3, he's clearly holding his own.
Pushed out there, and once he lost a lot of speed around the corner, and so they said, let's just do it again. And we'll see if everybody gets through this time, but we know they're all
Go to
wanting
the
it.
start.
Yeah, this is normal. It's normal to want an arm's length, but there's 5 on the line. There's 6 on the line. That's the problem.
Ready.
Andrew Hio actually having to start inside that first block. He gets by clean this time. Hammermüller makes it up to second, but Thunborg immediately counterattacks once up to the front.
It's this whole washing machine effect here. Bohr to the front, Feikus to third. I just imagine, yeah, don't touch me, but no.
You do have the right to an arm's length, but when you're putting 6 on the line in a quick start like that, the space runs out quick. These are all big, strapping young athletes.
I am testing my arm's length. I am now an arm's length away from Catherine. We find the fun when we can. Hio now into second. Hammermüller relegated to third. Bohr now under even more pressure. Hio to the front.
I like that for Hio. He talked to his coach a little bit over lunch, and he said, hey, no pressure. The pressure's off for getting country spots at this point. Race for yourself. Have a result that you're proud of. And I see Andrew Hio really putting himself out there right now, testing his legs, racing with confidence.
Bohr, we'll see if he battles back. He's taking a look. It's a long way to go, and he gets it just in time all the way around the corner.
2 to go. Andrew does have time to counterattack, but he's going to have to pick up his foot speed. Thunborg is pulling a gap.
It is down to these two. So barring any drama, one of them will go through automatically, and the other will have to see if the time holds. It's Bohr leading the way to the line, and Hio with a 128.53. And it will be ahead of a few times anyway.
We won't be able to announce anything until the last race is finished. A few people are safe, but those 128s, there's a bunch of 128s all bunched up together. So here's Thunborg coming around the outside. Andrew Hio not reacting strongly. There's those white cut-proof gloves that everybody has to wear. That's a relatively new rule, the white, so that officials can see if there's anything nefarious going on with the arm swing, but also cut-proof, because it wasn't so long ago. I was there when Miss Kristen Santos got stepped on and cut right through. That was before the cut-proof gloves were required She needed surgery. It was a hindrance for her at the 2018 Olympic trials, and since then there's been a rule change to avoid that moving forward. Andrew Hio with a 1:28.536, currently in qualifying time with 5 races to go.
4. 8,
4.
9, 10, 11.
Math.
But that description just made me cringe just
it was
thinking of
bad.
a stand getting stepped on by a blade like that. But yeah, we've seen the benefits of all that safety equipment last year at the World Championships. Brendan Corey getting a blade up to his throat area, and there's the neck protectors, and he just got a little laceration in the end. Quite lucky. Heat number 8, Theo Collins, Ivan Posashkov, Rostislav Leontenko, Rio Ong, Lai Tsai Huan Chen. He's a guy who likes to jump out there, so we'll see. Rafael Morin.
Go to the start.
So, from the Swiss Ibex.
Ready.
Strong start.
There is the Blue Magpie.
Pushing the pace.
And Collins getting to the front.
With 2 arms on his back, so nice move, conserving energy.
It's been a good day for the British Royals. The relay side into the semi-final. Niall Tracy also skating quite well. Peter Riches, as we know, has been advanced into the repechage quarterfinals here.
And that's a great point, because not only does success breed success, but momentum can breed more momentum. And the Great Britain team is having great success and great momentum so far today.
It's an interesting field. Posashkov, the independent neutral athlete, is the top-seeded skater.
Attacking into the corner, moving up into second. He's going to keep that speed going. Oh, that was a nice inside pass.
He does take the lead on Collins. And it's really a race for 2 head-to-head now. Collins winding it up on the outside. Is there the opening? He's trying again. And who has the reach? I think Collins might have it. That's going to be close. That is going to be a good photo.
Great fight to the line by both skaters.
And this one, I'm not sure. Posashkov unofficially, but we've seen it change a few times before. Who had the reach, and how big will the margin be?
So let's take a look at this pass. It's well timed. So he's coming up the inside, step for step, matching Theo Collins, but then skipping the crossovers on the corner entry. Then Collins comes back and challenges on the outside. He keeps crossing his skates. That is what you're supposed to do. Does he get it at the dive? We can't see.
Oh, Posashkov hangs on 0.08 of a second. That close, and it wasn't one of the quicker heats, but Collins still is in one of those positions as they stayed below 130, but Posashkov hanging on by that much.
From what I can tell, he is currently the 7th fastest second. So with those advancements, there have been, I'm going to lay off the math.
We'll just wait and see.
We'll just wait and see.
Because we have still 2-3 more, and we don't know what awaits us. But 2 roosters, an elephant, a bison, a saiga, and a lynx.
I think they're seeing now from that reach for the line, or again, sometimes it's called a hawk. It can leave a pretty deep rut. So what they do is they fill the rut with snow, smush it in good. That's a technical term, smushing.
They're doing the thing, and they're doing some good smushing.
Doing the thing. All the things, as my former coach, Hong Yang Wang, would say, do all the things. Ice Crew is doing that right now, packing in snow, layering on top with water, squeegeeing so that it lays flat, and then they'll use a fire extinguisher to freeze the patch into place. It's typically a very effective method. However, there's only so many times you can patch a patch, and I think we're kind of reaching that spot here on the ice.
The day is coming to an end. After this, we do get another flood. After these 1,000-meter races, we have the mixed relay semis coming up, and then the mixed relay ranking final, and then another break, and then we finish with repechage heats in the women's 500 meters, but there's only a couple of those, and then we have one ranking final. So the end is in sight. If this ice were a living being, they would be saying, let's get there quickly so that I can rest up tonight.
Yes, precisely. Well, and it's always a game for the track stewards and the Zamboni drivers, because you can eliminate ruts by doing what's called a shave on the ice. And typically when there's a full resurface, the Zamboni will do one lap where they shave the ice down and one lap where they flood the ice. But if you let ice shave too thin, that's not any better.
Go to the start. Step back.
So I'm just counting it up, and we have maybe 10 races.
Mind
in
the
total.
line.
Mind the line is the direction.
Go
So
to the
someone
start.
had their blade on the line. That was nice of the official to step them back rather than give a penalty.
Ready.
Have seen that where someone starts with their toe on the line, the officials wait, they blow the gun, and then they whistle them back. And of course, with this one opportunity, that would have been a penalty, as Catherine mentioned.
That's right. Several years ago, they removed the toe start, so skaters can no longer dig their toe into the ice. So you have to go with a flat skate, and there's a little play in the skate. So it is easy sometimes to get just slightly out of position and risk that penalty.
The Roosters on the front right now. We saw this earlier with some of the women's races where two teammates not officially working together, but they just know how each other skate.
It's natural. It's absolutely just natural. Skating together here. So what Verkock can do is move right up the inside. No contest from his teammate. Teammate is taking some time here, Bastier, to be defensive from Taprom. So that is another nice thing when you know your countryman is in front. You don't really worry about planning the pass. You worry more about the defense.
And Omar Agic and check on Taprom, and Taprom goes down when Czech gets by him. Omar Agic sitting in third, but the two Roosters really showing their strength in this one. And so one of them, it's going to be a match race here. One of them will get automatic qualification, and one of them will be sweating it out a little bit. But it is Etienne Bastier who will take it. Verkock, a 1:28.44. And so that would jump him ahead of a few skaters. Unofficially, let's just see, 1:28. And still not the updated time. Again, we can just wait it out. His own teammate, Simon Bastier, with a 1:28.424 is one of the second place skaters, but there are a few behind him.
Here we see coming up the inside, causing a little contact. The block goes flying. Let's check it from another angle. Shoulders are by. And so remember, there's a difference between a pinch and a push. And what happens is that when an athlete feels pinched, oh, here we go. This is definitely under there. I see a lot going on there. I see some timing going into the corner. I also see something with that arm swing. So we are reviewing possible Lithuania and Thailand. Etienne Bastier charging to the finish. Verkock diving for the line, knowing every thousandth of a second counts.
That would not be in an advancement position. There's Erden Beleg, Saiga's new identity this year. But yeah, so updated time for Verkock, 1:28.44. And so that puts him right behind his own teammate, but ahead of a few other skaters.
With 2 races left.
And from Normandy, Honfleur in northern France. And we have a ruling. To the ice we go.
Final decision, penalty, number 117 from Lithuania.
And so it is a penalty to Ernestas Czech, but no advancement. There's the arm push. You just see it hanging out there.
Yep, right on the hip. That's that white glove and a flick. Yep, that's clear and obvious.
And so Falcock's time, though, forces out Theo Collins. So his 129.377 is not moving on, but we'll see. Hio is a 128.5. 2 heats still to go. There is heat number 10. Dennis Ors, Sui Shin, Tinius Rambo Alma, Adak Anderson, Su Junpeng, and Oleg Hyundai.
I got to do a little bike warm-up with Tinius Alme earlier this week. Explained his joys on the bike, some of his favorite workouts, and what he does to prep himself not only to train, but also to race.
Go to the start. Ready.
All this will be part of the feature content produced for the World Tour session that comes in the afternoons, Saturday and Sunday.
Already we see Ors looking down beneath his feet, so he's just checking for strategy. Hyundai coming up on the outside.
Can always expect the moves to come from Oleg Hyundai.
He can tuck in right now and conserve a little bit of energy. He doesn't seem to want to. He wants to keep carrying that speed outside.
Now he's under threat in 4th, but he does get up to 3rd. Vikings in front, Viking in back. And now he puts them both behind him.
Ors controlling the pace here a little bit. So what he's doing is called a hammer float. He puts some acceleration into the ice on the exit, and then he raises up on the entry. That was a little bit of a change there, and that's where we're seeing some chaos.
And Sui Shin went in on Dennis Ors. They went shoulder to shoulder, and then that allowed Hyundai to scoot through, but I do wonder if Hyundai's boot caught Sui. But anyway, that is for the reviewers. It's Hyundai on the front right now. He has been active, and we'll see what is left in the legs. Ors does have some top-end speed.
And a smooth track pattern up the inside. Remember, Hyundai spent some time fighting for 3rd earlier, whereas Ors has been not having to manage too much conflict in this race.
Hyundai never does give up, though, but he pushed it. Will come in 2nd to Dennis Ors, and he's feeling it, isn't he? It was
yeah.
Just non-stop from him, always in the action.
So the 1,000 meter is a high lactate event. Lactate is a word for lactic acid. It's when you are doing something physical and your muscles start to burn, and that's the energy system that the 1,000 meter really pushes. The 500 is the sprint. Wow, look at that little hop by Hyundai. Very athletic. Door open on the inside by Ors, and then so they try to come up the inside. Just he gets caught on his heels. There's a little conflict, but not necessarily a push. They are reviewing a possible Turkey on Hong Kong. It looks like from that move. I'll have to get it from one more angle just to see what our officials are seeing.
Sui Shin.
Up the inside, that is so smooth. He times it well. Again, he skips that first crossover. So to complete the late inside pass perfectly, you do get that single cross into the corner. But hey, it doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to work.
Skater from Hong Kong, China. We will see. We'll see if he was in the right position, because it could be an advancement position.
We are looking at a potential arm block here by the Turkish Anatolian par, which is Dennis Ors.
Happened in the blink of an eye, so real bang-bang play there.
So back to this idea of lactic. Not only does it burn, but your legs get heavy. And so when you have to race multiple lactic threshold races in a day, by the end of the day, your legs feel like bricks. And I'm not exaggerating. If you feel heavy, you feel stiff. Just getting your legs to do a full rotation on the bike can feel like a chore. This is when athletes will typically go to their physios and get what's called a shakeout. And there's a specific type of massage style that you can do that shakes lactic acid out of the muscles. And as the rounds get closer and closer together, I mean, I remember times as an athlete where I'm sure I could have, but in the moment it felt like I can't even bike. Someone send the physio. It's the way that athletes are able to do these high intensity performances. Let's see what the refs have to say.
Final decision, penalty, skater 114 from Turkey. And we have an advancement for skater 98 from Hong Kong, China.
So there it is. Oars penalized, and Sui does go through.
Correction. Skater 144 from Turkey.
So there it is. The arm block hits the knee there.
And that would, contact from the front of the knee would put a skater back on their heels, which is, it's consistent with what we're seeing. Coach isn't happy with it.
Keeping it relatively neutral, but so oars penalized. And so Hyundai does make it through, and Sui gets advanced, and that throws out another second place time. And there's a lot of them still. So one more race to come, and we'll see how the chips fall after this one. Nathan Thomas, the Hussars, Lucas McDonald, Frederick
Go
Pedersen,
to the start.
Martin Kolinch, Metehan Atan, and Lin Chunche.
Ready.
Oh, good save there on the start.
So just checking here, still all three French Roosters still alive for possibly moving into the repechage quarterfinals.
Atan sneaking up into second. And now an attack on the outside from Nathan Thomas.
Zeno came in without a world ranking in this. It just means you haven't really done it at the top level. But he does hit the front. He's done some good skating as Nathan Thomas.
A move up the inside by Pedersen, Frederick Pedersen. It doesn't seem to work. He's up in fourth. Collins needing to close that gap immediately into a pass.
Pedersen, just out of juniors. He was doing double duty last year. And he tries to move up the inside, and he gets it. And Atan trying to pass on Thomas, no way through.
Good shoulder check there by Nathan Thomas, being aware. Pedersen still building speed on the outside. Let's see if he can keep those feet going.
And Atan goes down, Lucas McDonald goes down.
He's fighting for the finish.
Pedersen looked like he had been around when that happened, so Nathan Thomas reaches for the line. Pedersen in second.
A 129 is potentially not going to make the cut, but it is an exciting race.
Left us hanging there all the way through it. Again, right before the flood, the dramatic race.
Okay, so is this
Early on.
Is this Atan up the inside? So that pass is pretty clean. No crossovers going in, so that's going to force him to scrub some speed. Nathan Thomas finishing the pass on the outside at the exact same time. Here's a new clip with a okay, so lots of things happen. Nathan breaks out a bit, overcorrects to come back inside. Atan's coming up the inside, and there's a bit of contact. And now here's Frederick Pedersen coming on the outside. I can't tell what happens to Atan, but McDonald definitely gets caught up. Collins avoiding the scrum.
This is another look. Was Pedersen all the way around?
I don't see. I'll have to see it one more time, and they are considering an arm block for the Norwegian Viking.
Pedersen, what was the itinerary last year? He went from the last World Tour stop in Milan, Junior Worlds in Calgary, and then went to the Senior Worlds in Beijing, and he was gassed at the end of it.
Final decision, penalty for skater 124 from Norway. And we have an announcement for skater 57 for 30th.
And so it is Pedersen penalized for an arm block. And Metehan Atan, and let's just see, watch the arm there, right? Very slight, the elbow was sort of there. He picked it up and had the elbow out a little bit.
Remember, it's happening at the point of the track where to put your hand out into a pivot is natural and normal. But even still, it's still your job to avoid contact. And if you create contact that causes a fall or another skater to lose position, you will be reviewed and potentially penalized.
And Metehan Atan gets advanced, and so there's been quite a few. I see Andrew Heo does not get one of those fastest second place times. Let's just take a look now. So of the second place non-advanced, so Nogrady is through from heat number 2. Nivinsky does get through from heat number 5. Simon Bastier. Quentin Fercoq does not get through from heat number 9. And yeah, it's a lot of advancements. Guys were going for just 3 in the end. There could have been 9.
That's right.
6 advancements and the lights go down. So that means...
And there will be one more advancement. It seems like there's been a technical issue and that the Bulgarian skater number 79 from Repechage Heat 2 will additionally be advanced.
And so was that when there was the skate incident for Ivan Donchev? Not sure if something might have caused that blade to break out on him.
Yes, and what happens, I don't know. I don't know in this instance, but what can happen is if an official misses something in the moment, they can go back, they can see on video, and they can make an adjustment if there's a consensus that it's the right thing to do.
Repechage quarterfinals to come on Sunday, and you see 4:58 is when we resume. It is currently, 4:35, and so 13 minutes from now, so a shorter break, but catch your breath. We'll be back.
Whew.
Down to the final few races, couple relays, and then we'll get one more resurfacing break. It is mixed relay semi-final times, and then we'll get the ranking races. And remember, when it comes to these Olympic quota spots, it's 12, so a bit more of a margin than for the single-gendered relays, but semi-final one already out on the ice. Japan, the Ninjas, the Dutch Lions, the Polish Hussars, and the Korean White Tigers. And this could be anybody's race on any given day. Any one of these teams, or multiple of them, could be on the podium. Dutch Lions will go with the two Velzeboers. Jens van 't Vout, I believe his brother was in there yesterday. And Kei Hausman, Nakashima Mirei, Kanai Rika, Watanabe Keita, Yoshinaga Kazuki. The Hussars have the Celliers, Camila and DNA, Gabriela Topolska, Felix Pigeon, Choi Min-jung,
Go to
Kim
the
Gil-lee,
start.
Lee Jong-min, Im Jong-un, pardon me.
Ready?
So the White Tigers. When you have Choi Min-jung and Kim Gil-lee and Im Jong-un, that's a strong one, but off the line quickly, it is Michelle Velzeboer.
So it's an 18-lap race, 2,000 meters. The order goes 2.5 laps for ladies, men, or I should say women, men. And then it goes 2 laps, women, men. So everybody gets out on the ice 2 times. They cycle through their team 2 times.
And it's the Dutch Lions and then the field, essentially. Nakashima Mirei under all kinds of pressure, but that's what happens when you can start with both Velzeboers. You get that advantage off the start.
And now everybody else having to chase, which right after a resurfacing break, the ice is fresh. This is a good opportunity to really put some speed down on the track.
It is Hausman leading the way. And the Japanese Ninjas able to stay in second right now. It will be Jens van 't Vout in second, and stepping onto the ice, Yoshinaga Kazuki for the Ninjas.
Really nice exchange for the White Tigers there, getting pushed up into 3rd place. They still do have some work to do, but there's plenty of time, and here's the move.
Lee Jung-min getting up into second as we ready for the second round. And no change in the order. Sometimes the Lions do switch the Velzeboers, but it is back as they started, and the White Tigers up into second, but under some pressure.
And the Polish Hussars putting some big pressure onto the Japanese skaters. So 1st and 2nd go to the A final, 3rd and 4th go to the B final.
And it was Topolska who made the move for 3rd, but there's a long gap to close, and it's more likely that the White Tigers will close on the Dutch Lions. Camilla Cellier under pressure from Nakashima Mirei.
A good exchange by the Japanese Ninja, good push up the inside.
Cellier battling back to retake the position. One more change to come. Hausman will go to Jens van 't Vout. And we'll see how things go. Big push, not enough to move into the lead, but there is some momentum with Lee Jung-min pressuring Jens van 't Vout. It will be the Dutch Lions coming around to take it. Both those sides looking to go into the A final. And I don't think anything is getting reviewed, and so
That was a clean race.
So go ahead.
No, yeah, that was a clean race, start to finish. We saw some really sharp exchanges, some great examples of how exchanges can make or break a race.
And we're 4th and 3rd. The Lions sitting in 4th, coming in the mixed relay event standings after the Montreal World Tour events.
So there's a good example of a good push by the Korean White Tigers, going from 3rd up into 2nd, and then able to pull a gap away from 3 and 4. A good single blade hold at least until block 5. So the ice is still looking a little soft, even though we've just had that resurfacing break, but much better than before, where we could literally feel the ruts as the skaters were going through them.
A drama-free event there. But yeah, we've seen the toll being taken on that surface. And so they are all through. The Lions and the White Tigers to the A final, the Polish and Japanese sides to the B final. Semi-final number 2 already out on the ice. The Canadian Ice Maples, Florence Brunel, Courtney Sareau, William Dongenou, Stephen Dubois. The USA Eagles have its top 2 skaters on the women's side, Kristen Santos Griswold, Corin Stoddart, Andrew Heo, Brandon Kim, Gung Li, Fan Kushing, Liu Xiaowang, and Lin Xiaojun for the Chinese Lungs. And for the Gladiators there, Elisa Confortola, Martina Valchipina, Pietro Segal, and Thomas Natalini. Canadians going with a strong side, but again, these deep sides, they could swap anyone in and out, either Dene Blay, Kim Boutin. They're going with Brunel and Sareau.
Well, after each the men's and the women's relay teams running into some bad luck here, it makes sense to me that they're stacking their mixed team to have a little bit of recovery.
Go to the start. Ready?
See Stoddart's helmet there. She has a sloth on it, but she really is anything but, isn't she? But she can't quite make it around the corner, and that means they will bring it back. It is interesting that Sarah Lutza Baksky also has a sloth helmet, but in this sport, yeah, they're kind of the exact opposite.
That's right, but there is a popular saying in speed skating. It is you have to slow down to speed up, which is true. Rushing is the slowest way to go. Let's take a peek. Everybody coming together. Martina Valchipina specifically trying to overtake Corinne Stoddart. Is she trying to go from 4th to 2nd? She sure is. She can do it. She has a great start, but if she's going to try again, she's going to have to do it with less contact. Corinne getting a bump on both left and right skates, so no wonder she hops immediately up onto the boards to see her coach Adam Callister and get that checked. So there's a bit of a toe in there, and then there's a bump there. So definitely USA and Italy going to get a pit stop.
She was almost staring daggers down the track there as she was down.
Absolutely. And you know what she's singing? She's like, try again. Try it.
You saying you got to slow down to speed up makes me think of a very dear friend of mine who once made up a saying, sometimes you've got to quit to win. And she would look at me and go, I'm going to find an instance where that actually fits in life. And it's so close. You're not quite quitting, you're just slowing down. But
right.
Anyway.
Well, there is a popular saying, something I shared in a conversation. See, she feels that she feels she got an elbow there. And the other reason I think she's upset is because she slid through a big puddle of water. That's the worst. Her skin suit's soaking wet, and she has a Kevlar suit underneath that. So she's uncomfortable. Again, this is normal. You do learn how to go through this in the sport. Yes. I was telling you about chatting with Stephen Dubois, and he shared with me, you know what, when I'm overwhelmed and I've had too much, I rest. And that really stood out to me because there's this feeling in sports that resting is quitting. No. It's the right thing to do, to rest when it's time to rest. Play when it's time to play, work when it's time to work.
We're very close to our own rest. It's been a long
Ready?
day.
I know.
We'll see if they get through the corner this time. Valchipina up to 3rd, and this time up to 2nd ahead of Stoddart, cleanly through.
Stoddart has plenty of time to build her speed to close this gap, and that's going to help her actually when she goes into push. Kristen Santos Griswold, she's going to push from an acceleration. Look at that move up the inside. Kristen's going to respond and get there right on time.
I think they've just lit a fire under Corin Stoddart. Not down for long as she gets her teammate Kristen Santos Griswold into 2nd. Florence Brunel has a bit of an advantage over the front 2. Elisa Confortola sitting in 3rd, and now in will come William Dongenou for the men's side, Andrew Heo for the Eagles, Natalini for the Gladiators, and Liu Xiaowang for the Chinese Lungs. Amazing to think that 2 of these sides won't be making the A final in all likelihood.
Anyone in this race could make the A final. Chinese Lungs moving up into 3rd. Xiaowang part of the winning team at the Beijing Olympics in this event. Beijing was the first time this event was raced at the Olympics.
It was in Montreal. The mixed relay week number 1 was won by the Chinese lungs, and the Canadians then came back in weekend number 2. But right now, it's the USA Eagles who have not been on the podium in this discipline this season. Now they get pipped into second, but Corinne Stoddart battles back on Courtney Saroux.
I love Corinne Stoddard's aggressiveness. She has shared with me, she's purposefully practicing new strategies at this event. In this instance, it's an all-out sprint, and her teammates are counting on her. So she is being aggressive. She is going to the front. She's setting up teammate Kristen Santos Griswold for success, and she'll pass that success forward.
It is Kristen Santos Griswold as the men get ready to come back in for the final time. It's Hio Donjanu for the lead for the Ice Maples.
Wow, Hio fighting back. I love that spirit.
Stumbled coming out of the corner, very nearly had the move, but here comes Lu Xiaowang, and 4 teams all going for it now.
Good moves, good moves. She's got to make the, oh wow, what a tight exchange.
Oh, Brandon Kim can't quite hang on, and now there's the gap. Dubois, Lin Xiaojun 1 and 2, and now Lin for the lead, and it's the 2 winners from the first 2 weekends in Montreal who look like they will be moving on, and what a race. That could have also been an A final.
Absolutely incredible racing. We did see Stephen Dubois kind of take the more conservative route, letting Zhao Jun get by him, which again, no need to fall, no need to risk a penalty. We're all going to the A final here, which is where everyone will lay it all out on the line.
We'll get a look back, and any one of these sides were going for it, and
that's an excellent exchange from Kristen to Andrew. And actually, Andrew does even better here, kind of forcing William Donjanu to scrub a little speed. William Donjanu setting up, you see that look in Xiaowang's eyes. He knows he's about to do something important. And then, Andrew Hio setting it up so well, staying on his feet, showing how agile he is.
That's kind of where it started to get away from them.
And then here we see on the last half lap, coming up the inside, a little touch there with the hands. That's why Stephen Dubois puts him up and allows for that move to be completed, no contest.
And so still just confirming that result, but there was nothing that popped up on the screen. They do, of course, still make sure. And it is the ranking race to come. We'll take us into our next and final break of the day. It's taking a second to confirm it here. Always in the back of your mind, is something getting spotted that we missed? But maybe that's just my own cynical brain.
There was a fair bit of chaos there on the last exchange with the men, where we did see, the USA Eagles really fighting hard with Canada, and then all of a sudden, big gap. So we don't know. We know it was a little crazy out there, but we don't know exactly what happened, which is probably what they're reviewing now. We see more of those ice repairs happening with the fire extinguisher. And then these teams out on the ice are teams that were bumped out yesterday, but still need a final ranking for points. And Gavin, as you said, top 12 teams get to move on to the Olympics.
There you go. Results are confirmed. The Chinese Lungs, Canadian Ice Maples 1 and 2. They will go against the Dutch Lions and the Korean White Tigers. And so that is going to be one heck of an encounter. The Gladiators and Eagles will go for those spots 5 through 8 tomorrow. Sunday.
Sunday.
Good. I always get the days confused. What day is it today? Anyway, and now it's the mixed relay ranking.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it is the Belgian Ice Bears, Hungarian Falcons, French Roosters, and Ukrainian Wildcats. And it's Berenice Combi. She was limping earlier coming off the ice. She's back, and she is chasing down Hanna de Smet, and it will be Aurélie Lévesque coming in, and Tineke Dendalk as well. Sofia Konya for the Falcons, but right now, it is a healthy gap, 1 and 2. Back that same corner, she had a little wobble there, but she kept it going.
And skaters know this, and their coaches remind them to, hey, on that corner, make sure you go wide, carry your speed. If you're gonna set something up, make sure it's on the other side. That was a nice move up the inside.
Is Simon Bastier up there? No, it's Etienne Bastier, pardon me. In the lead, and now the Falcons in second.
Good exchange by the French Roosters. Good tight timing.
But actually, yeah, Simon Bastier to Etienne Bastier. And the Falcons sitting in second. And there is the move for the lead.
Good reaction from his teammate inside, but he needs to get that timing a little closer. See, he's early. He's coming out too early, she is coming out too early, which makes the exchange late, and they drop back into second.
Diana Veggie for the Falcons in second as Combi takes the lead. Watching for the Ice Bears sitting in fourth right now. They do not have Stan de Smet to finish things off, and Hanna de Smet has to get across after making the exchange to Tineke Dendalk, and I know you know very well, Catherine, it's difficult to get that exchange off a pass.
Absolutely, you have to really communicate and really practice it. You almost have to have a sixth sense of being able to see your partner behind you.
What a push. Aurélie Lévesque getting Simon Bastier into the lead. And the French Roosters looking to hang on for ninth. There is the final gun, one exchange to come. These are scheduled, unlike in the men's or women's relays, and it will be Etienne Bastier to try to finish things off, but there's a lot of traffic there.
And they made that traffic. That was good strategy to create a tight situation where other skaters can't get by.
And it is the Ice Bears into second. And the Roosters will hang on, and a nice jump by Oleg Hyundai. The Wildcats, we never mentioned them until the end, but they do jump up into third.
Bastier happy with that finish.
So that is ninth for the French Roosters. And they came in sitting in 14th after the first 2 weekends. So marked improvement for them as they try to go for top 12.
So here's an exchange. We'll see some nice move up the inside here. The Belgian Ice Bears trying to react. Look at that shoulder check. He's looking on the inside, defending the inside, still keeping the lean into the corner. A little two-footing around the ice. And then a big move up to the front by the Hungarian Falcons. The French skater more or less lets him go by, which is good strategy. It allows the skater to keep their speed. There's an example of some poor energy management, running up behind a skater, having to scrub your speed, and then getting overtaken from the outside.
And that allowed Hyundai to come up there late to get third in the race. And just like that, we head into our final resurfacing break of the day. So there's 9, 10, 11, and 12 in the overall standings. And just to look to see, it's a good result for the French. As I mentioned, the Ukrainian Wildcats were also down in 15th. So getting up to 11 is good for their prospects. But one final break to come, women's 500-meter repechage quarterfinals. And there are 8 of them. I only thought there were a handful, but there are 8. Pardon me for that oversight. And then we will finish with the men's 5,000-meter ranking final to see us through to the end of the day. So last break, and we will resume in about 19 minutes time. Racing lights back on here at the Hala Olivia in Gdansk, Poland. Final batch of races on this qualifying Friday, just leading into the weekend and the medal races. I'll just remind you, repechage Saturday starts at 10 a.m. local time. You can do the adjustments to your own time zone based on how things are going, so it's just a half hour later start compared to today. And it is the women's 500-meter repechage quarterfinals. 8 heats in all. The race winners and the 2 fastest second-place skaters will qualify. It's a long day of speed skating overall as part of the ISU Skate to Milano. For those of you fans of the long track variety, World Cup number 2 gets underway in Calgary in a few short hours' time.
Going to the start.
I believe the host feed will be called by Signa Butler and Anastasia Busis. But we are here for the short track. Martina Valchipina, Julie Latai, Tinika Dendulk, and Alyssa Pock, and Tamara Tokarova. And 2 pretty hefty sprinters off the front right now, Latai and Valchipina. Dendulk trying to keep contact, but it's really those 2 right now.
Valchipina just finishing a mixed team relay, so that's another sprint event, but she's definitely got more laps in her legs than Julie Latai.
Both of them just missing out on advancing earlier. And so 2 quick skaters, it might just be one of those times where a second place skater advances. Valchipina holding off Latai, and it will be the Italian glider just getting it in the end. Latai with a good reach at the end. Nearly getting it, but Valchipina holding on.
Only taking the winner and 2 second place fastest times, but then those can get thrown out if there are advancements. So Julie Latai sitting in with an unofficial 44.63.
They have updated it to 44.591.
So that at the moment is the time to beat. We have 8 races, only taking 2 of those second place fastest times.
She was able to stay close, and we know Valchipina was in one of the quicker heats earlier.
So I like that reaction there. She had to adjust her track, and she went into a 2 in, so that's 2 crossovers going into the corner. That is the ideal way to set up a pass. It's not quite there coming out of the corner exit, but gosh, making a pass in the last half lap, it's hard because it's hard. It's
Makes
not,
sense?
Yeah, it's not hard because they're not good at it. It's hard because it's really hard to do. So I'm just happy to see that progress for her, just getting the experience to try those big, hard moves, and that's going to help her in the relay moving forward.
And heat number 2, Zhang Chutong, Katarina Budic, Barbara Samogi, and then the Wildcats, Diana Michalchuk and Svetlana Repetska. So after the women's 500 rep quarterfinals, we'll have the ranking final for the men's relay.
Ready?
I always point this out every weekend, but it is always interesting to see the start positions. A skater like Zhang is just looking down. She's not even looking forward at the ice.
That can be a strategy. That's something I did. I looked down, kept me over my feet. When I looked up, my thoughts would go faster than my feet would go. But keeping my head down would keep me centered on top of my blades, especially as I was building.
And it's Samogi ahead of Budic, but Zhang off and away, well out in front. So she just needs to keep the skates down. We know there are some tricky patches on the wearing ice, and she will go through largely without drama. Buric makes it close, but Samogi holds on unofficially 45.15. That might be adjusted down, but I don't think enough that it would knock Julie Latai's time out. And there it is, yeah, 45.158. So Latai in pole position right now as we look at those 2 maximum second place skaters opportunities.
Chutong pulls a gap in this race almost from the very first step. She keeps her arms on her back, shoulders parallel to the ice, and she even almost overdoes it where that left shoulder comes up. So not only does she have the right shoulder down, but she's even over-exaggerating on the other side. Great technique.
When I'm walking out and about and rounding a corner, I'm going to make sure I dips my shoulder down.
Well, and, you know, you can just, I know you ride your bike a lot, Gavin. You know, you can feel the centrifugal force as you turn. You have to crunch your core on the right if you want to turn left and vice versa. And it's very similar to what the athletes are doing here.
Like rounding a corner, if I take the left turn, you want your knee up in the air when you're on a bike. If you're taking that hard turn, not like when you're out for a normal jaunt anyway. But.
Correct. And it's a little different in speed skating because you actually want to keep your knee in. You want to keep everything as compact as you possibly can. So a little different in the technique, but similar in the physics.
Because physics is immutable.
She gets you every time. She always wins.
Number three, Chloe Olivier Petrovankova, a pair of Royals. Holly Hoyland, Chloe Cameron, Polina Klev-Stuen
Go to the start.
in position number 5.
Ready?
Tough to handicap this one. We know Olivier perhaps more tailored to a 1500. She has made a final there, but she's off the line first, and that is to her benefit as she will see that endurance come more into play.
I have not seen the British Royals stop crossing their feet. That's very good, especially on the soft ice, but it needs to take them somewhere. And so now with 2 laps to go, let's see if they can get in a pass. Ooh, it's not sharp, but the door is open.
And so first it was Hoyland on Vankova. That's when Vankova went down. And then Cameron went in on Hoyland, and there was a bit of a bump there. Olivier on the front ahead of Cameron, so there is a Chloe and then a Chloe. 1 and 2. Holly Hoyland in third. And so we will see what that review is. And so it is Hoyland on Vankova, and this was for second place. And might we see an advancement opportunity in this, the third heat?
Olivier really controlling this race from the front. It's Vankova getting in a little trouble here, and they're going to review that Great Britain on the Czech athlete.
They were pretty level, but that was on the corner, and so how late was it that they got level, I guess, is what they might be looking for.
Well, here's what I figure. It's not a perfect science, but you know, if it's questionable and contact was made, it wasn't done soon enough. You know, and whether that's because the arm gets in the way or the skate or coming from behind or whatever it is, you have to be clear and decisive. If there's any question at all, those officials are going to come in and they're going to review it.
The times in the heat's getting slower each time, but if there is an advancement, that would knock out one of the 2 opportunities, and so then we would find Julie Lataille very much on the bubble. So then she will be praying for clean racing. Here it is again. Here's a bit of the aerial shot.
Shoulders are even. Is it late, or is there a failure to give way? Here we go.
Final decision, penalty, skater number 105 from Great Britain. We have an advancement for skater number 54 from Czechia.
And so there you have it. So here it is, illegal late pass, just left it too late.
It's too late because there's the first block and her shoulders aren't even yet. So that's definitely too late. You need to be decisively by the first block. If the door is wide open, you can sneak in at the second block, but even that's pushing it.
As we did see earlier, 5 slow motion seconds, and that was not that.
Go to the start. Ready?
Heat number 4, Annabelle Green, Malika Yermak, Barbara Gakova, Danucha Chitaisong, and Myung-Bi Jung. And it is again Green, really an elite starter with a nice gap.
Yermak chasing, keeping those feet moving.
There It is a healthy gap to chase down. We do see it so often. The skaters off and away do often slow a bit near the end, and Yermak trying to get into that slipstream and save some energy for the finish. It is the bell, though. Green with still an advantage.
Green slowing down. Let's see if Yermak can keep speeding up.
And Green trying to scrap and hang on, and she will do that. And you see the benefit of a very good start. I know it is how you finish.
It is how you finish. That was a big drop, though. So this is ice conditions. It's not indicative of her fitness, but to go from a 9.2 to a 9.7, the conditions are getting slow. They are continuing to have to do what's called running. You need constant foot speed on this ice, which means constant exhaustion in the legs and the lungs.
So it was quicker than the previous 2 heats, but Yermak's time 44.762 still behind Julie Lataille. And so 4 heats still to come. I was just looking at heat number 3, and with Vancouver moving in, that's to the repechage semifinals, and that is a good shot in the arm for her as we keep thinking about those Olympic qualifying points and berth opportunities. Getting into that repechage semifinal does, I believe, put you in the top 32.
Correct.
It's a good result for her, and then, of course, if you advance out of that, even better.
Even better. Cherry on top.
There you have it. Green as well into the repechage semifinals. That will be Sunday morning. Heat number 5, Zeynep Kumarkan, Chiara Betty, Hyojin Kim, Lisa Eckstein, and Phoebe Stenz.
I was chatting with one of the Italian, it was the Blade Tech recently, and I asked him, who's your glue skater? You know, because everyone knows who the high performers are. Everyone knows who's underperforming at the moment. But who's your glue? Who brings them all together? Betty. It's really a gift on the team to be a skater who's always got a good attitude. It's always pumping people up and thinking positive about yourself, and she seems to be the one to do that for Team Italy.
You're the glue skater of this team.
No.
You're pumping us up.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. That's a compliment. Thank you very much.
Go to the start. Ready?
Betty is really much a 500-meter specialist, and off the line quickly. Kumar Khan behind her. Good start for Stenz to get up into 3rd. Betty, we often see at the World Tour portion in this distance. She is ranked 15th in the world. And she is just zipping away there, but Kumar Khan keeping it close, and might there be an opportunity here?
3 out by Chiara Betty here, and so that, again, we want that high foot speed here, especially in a 500-meter.
And she is just hanging on, perhaps one last opportunity. But tall skater gets those legs out to just make sure. Never in doubt, really, though, by Chiara Betty. Another clean race. So it's Kumar Khan in 2nd, Hyojin Kim in 3rd.
A strong start, coming 2nd off the line, but stepping into 1st, and then look at the Swiss skater coming from 5th on the line all the way up into 3rd. Now, Gavin, you'd mentioned that the Swiss team was pulling from hockey players.
Stenz is an Olympic bronze medalist in hockey.
Whoa, so that explains why she's so explosive off the line. That's incredible. You don't often see that a high-level hockey player, lots of hockey players switch over, but they switch over young, middle school. I would say high school is pretty late, but if she's going all the way to Olympic level and then switching, that's truly saying something.
Difficult to change, obviously different styles of skating, but the start.
Oh, that's where the hockey players really shine.
And there we go. Another clean race in the end. And it's, who is it? It's Yaroslav Morozov, the Kazakh sprinter who's sort of lighting things up. He's another one who came from hockey, and so he's one of the fastest starters through 100 meters on the long track ice. And so it all makes sense now, doesn't it?
Go to the start. Ready?
3 to go in the women's 500 meters. Ricky Doak missed out There was a bit of a bump earlier that squeezed her out, but she is going to look to make no mistake, take no prisoners here. Sofia Konya, Fawn Cushing, Betty Muska, Kanai Rika, all also pretty solid skaters, and it is the veteran Fawn trying to close down on Doak.
Fawn also the victim of a bump that didn't knock her down but killed her speed in her previous round. So she's trying to fight her way back in the repechage. She's got a big gap to close with only 1 lap left.
Doak trying to see this one through. Konya trying to make a move up for second, just not there. And it will be Doak taking it, Fawn for second, a 44.43 unofficially. And that would move her ahead of Julie Latai in the race for the one remaining second place opportunity.
That's a big weight off of Fawn Cushing's shoulders because she is a high performer on her team in the sport. And so to have to go through repechage rounds, again, she did get caught up in a scuffle. Here she is stepping into third. So to make a move up and still come through on time would be a big gift for her and her team.
But Doak, eyes forward, making no mistake there. And she will be into the repechage semifinals. The results are official, and it's Fawn Cushing, a 4-4, 4-4-4.
I love it.
5 4s.
That's lucky. That's not worth something. It should be.
So she will see if that time holds up. I wonder, so after the 1000th, I wonder if he kept going, if there would be any more 4s, if we could time that precisely.
You'll have to ask the Swiss timing guys. They could answer it.
And there we go. Heat number 7, Elise Soyun, Elena Krylova, Yelizaveta Sidorko, Lam Ching-yan, Anna Jansone, and really closely ranked, all of these skaters. 43 for Lee Krylova, 39, 36 Sidorko, 46 for Lam, and not to be outdone, 68 for Jansone, so could be an interesting race. And it is Krylova off the line quickly.
Taking a double straightaway there and then right into her crossovers. Every athlete's different. Some skaters would rather do 3 crossovers on a corner exit and some would rather do 4 down the straightaway. It is something you typically only see when building up to speed or recovering from a bump. She uses that strategy quite well there.
And Lee going out wide. That opens the door for Sidorka to scoot through.
Great defense by Sidorka, closing the door.
And then the door opens though for Lam to come up through.
That's short track.
So you put out one fire and then the other one comes up the other way.
And that really, that is so hard because you can't defend the inside and the outside, and it's definitely disheartening when you shut down the skater on the outside, which is typically harder to do because they have speed. So you have to cut down their speed in addition to blocking their track. So that's the harder option to take. It's disheartening to have success on the outside just to get overtaken on the inside.
So if there is a small consolation, as the time in second place was not good enough to move through. So Sidorka can say, well, I was passed, but the time wouldn't have been enough anyway.
And she just defended a Korean White Tiger, and I've said several times, it's harder to make the Korean team than it is to medal at a World Cup or at a World Tour. So that's really saying something. She's competing against elite level athletes.
Always looking for positives, those little fist pumps that she can get, and certainly there was the opportunity. But Krylova has the biggest fist pump of all, getting to move into the repechage semifinals. 2 final races to go. One of them a women's 500, and then the other the men's 5,000 meter ranking final. As you see the results, Krylova the only skater to go through. Heat number 8 has Diana Laura Vegi, Kurokawa Ki, Leia Popovikova, Mirta Mikkelsen, and Berenice Combine. What's interesting about this one, times determine where they are on the line, and Vegi is the lowest seeded skater.
With the fastest time coming into the round.
Exactly. Mikkelsen does not have a ranking, as this is her World Tour debut, but Vegi will have the hounds bearing down on her. Or should I say, oh, and it's Kurokawa down. And another little bit of a breath for Vegi. This would be a good shot in the arm for her. But she has Combi closing.
I can tell Vegi's a little uncomfortable on the pivot there. She's having to touch down that second foot on the inside. Combi's trying to book it up the inside. It is not clear.
So the look at that, Vegi battling back as Combi slowed down, seizing the opportunity to retake it, and she will cross the line first. And as Catherine mentioned, that will get a review, but
a smile.
As I mentioned, 81st ranking, and yeah, there she is into potentially a repechage semifinal. They're going to look at that move by Combi.
Can see how powerfully these athletes move through their start. And if you could imagine maybe putting a pair of skis on, oh, here's the move. So she's losing her balance on the inside. She's over leaning. I can't tell if that was caused from previous contact. This is not sharp. We will wait to see. They are reviewing France on Hungary. We'll wait to see what the officials decide is the official call. But with that contact there, it's certainly under review. You know, I mentioned the hands on the legs. That was a good example right there. We're one cross from the finish, but we're still needing that extra support from the upper body. It's a sign. You know, I've mentioned the legs feel like bricks. Yep, that's
stage number 5.
That's stage 5.
Short track
exhaustion.
Speed skating of exhaustion.
Yes. Eventually, your eyes, I'm not kidding, just start spinning in your head. You can't really see straight anymore, but you just keep your feet moving. We hope for the best.
And so, yeah, as you mentioned, it wasn't a clear, decisive advantage, and that is why that opens the door for that review for them to take a look. And it's a possible failure to give way by Combi.
So all these skaters are feeling particularly exhausted as they're cooling down, whether it's on the bike or as a jog. I remember that feeling of like each step is challenging to keep the feet moving, but also each step makes the legs lighter. Here's Thibaut Fauconnet giving some feedback to athletes, and if I'm reading that right, I think he's telling his skater to really push down, pressure down into the ice. Hard to say, don't mean to put words in his mouth. Let's go down to the ice for an official result.
Final decision, penalty, skater number 64 from France.
There you go. So Combi is penalized. Not that it really affects anything overall, but Vegi still won the race.
Failure to give way, so she's coming up the inside. Not even right there, but that's too late. We talked before, you really need to be even or by the first block, not just pulling up to even at block 2. That's too late to be considered a safe pass.
That was not 5 slow motion seconds.
Correct.
I'm going to sit on that for the rest of the day.
Oh, man.
Tomorrow people won't get our references, so we'll have new ones, though, tomorrow. One final race to come. Ranking relay time. The Polish Hussars, Canadian Ice Maples. You heard that right. The Hungarian Falcons and the Kazakh Nomads. This is for 9 through 12.
And this is
Wait, no, there was a team that was advanced.
that was
So
on the. I think that was the men's side.
Yeah, then this is the men's side.
Oh, well then yes, correct. Very good.
Yeah. All right then. Success.
My eyes are spinning in my head. I'm at stage 5 exhaustion. No,
Now
that's
your hands are on your legs.
that's not true. We're having a good time here. These guys have a 45 lap race left. That's a 5,000 meter. It's the longest distance in short track.
I see a couple changes to the Canadian side. There is Felix Roussel, William Dongenou, Philippe Daudelin in the race, and Jordan Pierre-Gilles getting a look out there. He's been struggling through some things so far this year, but it is nice to see Jordan out there.
Jordan shared some exciting news with me. He's actually on the Coca-Cola team of athletes this Olympic season, and a global XL athlete. So it's very exciting to see the success that comes and follows these athletes on an Olympic season.
And so Michał Niewinski, Felix Roussel, Peter Yasapati and Dennis Nikisha starting things off for the respective teams. And it will be Moon Won-jun, Felix Pigeon, Dongenu, and Adil Galiakhmatov. And so these are your closers. And so at the moment, if there's anyone who has a result to spare, it's the Canadian Ice Maples. They're sitting in first in these standings after the 2 weekends in Montreal. If there's a side that could really benefit from a move up, it's the Kazakh Nomads. They were sitting in 11th, so they could use a bit of a lift. Polish Hussars sitting in 9th, so they're really just trying to maintain. And the Hungarian Falcons sitting in 10th. So apart from the Canadians, these are kind of the bubble teams going for those top 8 spots. Of course, you look at the likes of the Latvian Golden Stars, British Royals, and I believe the Turkish Anatolian Pars, who are going to get potentially good jumps in their ranks. And so a whole lot of calculations at play. I would not deign to ever imagine trying to figure that out until I see the published qualifiers after Dordrecht.
Pace pretty slow here at the beginning of our 5,000 meter relay, and you can see the Canadian skaters stepping out wide. They don't have anyone to block against behind them, and skating wide is easier on the legs. Because of their world rank, because of their individual status, each of them, I do anticipate someone's going to make a big move. Philip from the Canadian Ice Maples out in front right now, stepping in when Maxime Laoun received an injury in training.
Dodelin was often one of the alternates for the Canadian. He saw some action last season. And Mathieu Pelletier, one of the youngsters, also now stepping in. But it is the Falcons, Won-jun Moon. And these are the finishers again. But yeah, Dongenu, that gap is nothing to worry about, I would imagine, for them. You just have that freedom on the back.
That's right, and he's swinging his arm, but he's going for feel right now. He just wants to be loose and smooth and get a good feel for the ice.
Gilles, at his best, an elite 500-meter skater.
Smooth skating here, not a lot of excitement in this race. Again, since it's a ranking round, there's no times advancing here, so they really can afford to wait until the end and make it a very tactical race. They don't have to test the fitness too much, which, hey, we're only on day 2 of 4 days of racing with some really heavy hitters in this round, so nobody needing to tax the legs any farther than is necessary.
Point spoiling the rest of the weekend when medals are on the line, when just in order to carve out maybe a spot or two in a ranking final. And Pierre-Gilles still sitting there as a move into second. I think that was Ivchenko. This is Ivchenko on the ice right now.
He's peeking up the inside. If not preparing to pass, at least gauging, can I? And if I can, how would I? And then that's kind of the information skaters use. If a skater thinks they can make the move, they communicate with their team, hey, I'm going, back me up. If I need it, give me an extra half lap. There's a lot of hand signs and verbal communication going on around the ice.
Won-jun Moon. Anyway, now things picking up, Catherine.
Yeah, and I just want to recognize William Dongenu also having an exciting project going. He's made his own merchandise brand. You can find it on Speed Skate Canada's website. And the entire Canadian team releasing photos of their Lululemon opening ceremonies gear that they'll get to wear in Milan.
Yeah, the whole Canadian side just announcing all that gear for media, podiums. They did their big unveil over the week. But yeah, you're talking about the Dongenu. He has the takeoff sign, the W wings that he does. And in Montreal. There was some of his merchandise for sale. He was signing some as well for people. And then his family operates a sugar bush where they do maple syrup, and there were some of the family bottles signed by D'Anjou as well. And so D'Anjou very much kind of striking while the fire's hot.
A true ice maple.
He is. I mean, it's about as most Canadian story as possible. His dad from the Ivory Coast coming to Canada, and then they make maple syrup as well, the family. So it's a very Canadian story. But D'Anjou making the most of the attention, and he's a guy who also wants more attention on this sport throughout the years, never mind just an Olympic year. And so that's why he loves to talk about showing people how much they enjoy doing this and how exciting it can be. We know it.
We know it.
Of course, want more people to know it.
Absolutely. Speed's picking up now.
Ivinsky, Yasapati, Nikisha, Roussel.
Less than 1,000 meters, so no wonder the pace is picking up. So when are we going to see that big move, and who's going to make it?
And Pierre-Gilles closing up. Is this the moment for the Ice Maples to strike?
He's entering the corner wide. Very good. They need a tight, quick exchange, and he runs up on the... Oh, he runs up and kills his speed. No change in position.
Fortunately for the Canadians, though, you get the exchange, and so you don't have to chase. And the Canadians are now going off exchange. Philippe Daudelin trying to get it in, and they do. Roussel, there's going to be one more exchange coming to the closers.
And now the race begins.
This is going to be a flashy dash to the finish. Pigeon up into third with a nice move into second. He has been really skating well this weekend, hasn't he? Galiakhmetov loses his footing. That opens the door for D'Anjou. It's a race for second. The Falcons with a nice result for them. Wonjun Moon taking it. And D'Anjou, I think, did get up for second.
Up to second, correct. And really a difficult move. Everyone really waiting for those last 2 laps to put it all out on the line.
For the Hungarian Falcons. Good result in that ranking final that they can build on into the final weekend. I mean, they beat the likes of the Polish Hussars, the Canadian Ice Maples as well. Regardless of who's on the roster, a win's a win against a couple of very good sides. Never mind the Asian champions as well.
Wow, everyone overtaking the Polish team there. We're not quite at the last exchange. DNA Cellier coming through on that pivot nicely. Now, you want to watch that left skate. When the blade comes parallel, that's the most powerful position. Some skaters let their left toe hang down towards the ice. Bringing the blade up flat parallel to the ice is the most powerful position. A little scuffle there, but no harm, no foul to the racers.
And this was the dash to the finish. The big race for second. Pigeon just not able to hang on. There's the big reach for D'Anjou. But a fist pump for Wonjun Moon, and that concludes our broadcast day. A long day, couple days of qualifying, but Catherine, that just means the big ones are still to come this weekend.
The fun's only half over, folks.
It's only just getting going, so we will begin our rest for the evening. We will be back with you a half hour later today. If you've been joining us from the very beginning, first of all, kudos to you. Thank you very much. And so our start tomorrow, a half hour later from what we've had the previous 2 days. So it's 10 a.m. local time. We start with the repêchages, and then the afternoon will be the races for the medals. So time for us to step away. On behalf of Catherine Reuter, Adamek, everybody here who has put this together, my thanks to you for joining us. My name is Gavin Day. We'll see you tomorrow, and goodbye.